fellow jurors, so it is important that we make sure that we comply with all of the rules. There are 14 of you now. There were 16 of you last night when everybody went home. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. If each of you could raise your right hands. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the cases of the state of Texas versus Alfred Flores, Eleazar Alejandro, and Nathaniel Villalobos, you will render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may lower your hand. Congratulations, you're now an official part of the public administration of justice. The oath that you just took is one where you swear to listen to all of the evidence, take in all of the evidence that comes before you, take the law that I give you, apply the two together at the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the trial, and render a verdict. So with that, I'm going to give you certain instructions. These instructions are going to apply until the conclusion of the trial. You're required to follow through with these instructions. So first of all, do not do any outside independent investigation in any way as it relates to anything related to this case. That means you're not allowed to view any sorts of news reports in print, online, and on TV. You're not allowed to go online and do any sort of independent investigation regarding any history of this particular case, any evidence or any news reports that have gone on in the past. You cannot in any way do any sort of independent investigation related to legal terms. We talked about that yesterday during the jury selection. We've had situations where folks have looked up legal terms and have shared it with each other, and it turned out that it was the wrong law, didn't apply to the state, or whatever the circumstances. All the law that you need in this case is going to come from me. I'm going to give you all the law throughout the course of the trial, and I will give you the law at the end of the evidentiary portion through a document entitled Charge of the Court. If there's anything that is not instructed that relates to some portion of the law that you may be confused about, that's where you use your own common sense. Right? You do the things that make sense to you. Along with that, you're not allowed to communicate with anybody about anything related to this case. Now, those two go hand in hand. The idea there is you're not allowed to have any sort of outside influence in your decision making as it relates to this case. You and only you are charged to be the judges in this trial. You and only you will be charged to listen to all the evidence that comes before you. And if you recall yesterday, evidence will come before you in different forms. When people testify, when they sit in this witness chair, they raise your hand, they swear to tell the truth, and then they communicate with you about whatever it is that they're going to talk about. You and only you have the ability to judge the credibility in whatever manner you deem to be appropriate. You and only you will judge the balance and the weight of that credibility and their testimony according to the rest of the evidence, and you will render a verdict. Now, as I mentioned to you before, evidence comes not only in the form of testimony for you to consider, but you may get other things to consider, things like physical, tangible objects. Think of holding a physical object in your hand. You could get charts, reports, photographs, graphs, anything like that that comes before you. That's evidence for you to consider, and as I mentioned before, you and only you have the ability to weigh or determine the weight and credibility of every piece of evidence that comes in. Now, doing so, not having any outside influence, you're only allowed to use what comes into this courtroom in your decision-making process. Only what comes in before you within the four walls of this courtroom. So anything outside of this courtroom, you cannot in any way be influenced by. That's why you're not allowed to look up anything. That's why you're not allowed to look up terms, look up names, look up dates. Don't go into the county facilities or records and look things up. Henceforth, all that you know about this case can only come from within this courtroom. Sometimes you want to communicate with people to tell them that you're in a trial. You're welcome to do that. You're welcome to tell people you are in a jury trial, and you're welcome to tell them as a juror how long you expect this case to last. Do not go beyond that. Don't throw anything out in the public forum or in media or personally with anybody, anything about any evidence related to this case. That means you cannot go home and talk to anybody about it. Your spouses, best friends, family members. You cannot communicate with anybody about this case or about the evidence in this case. That's why it's important that you wear the juror badge. As you come into the courthouse, folks in the courthouse community should be aware that you're a juror sitting in on this case. If you inadvertently come across a conversation, let's say you step into an elevator and you hear somebody talking about the case, let's say that you turn a corner and folks are talking about this case, make sure that you immediately report that to the deputies. All your communication to the court can only come through the deputy, so we can discuss it here in open court. In other words, outside of this courtroom, no evidence means you cannot talk to me or any parties about any of the evidence in the case. If anybody tries to communicate with you or contact you about anything related to this case, report it immediately to the deputy. Most times when there's an inadvertent issue where maybe these rules are not completely followed, most times it's not a fatal issue. As long as you communicate it with the deputy, then we can then bring it into court and hash it out in open court and on the record. That makes sense to everybody? All right. So recognizing all of those things, you're permitted to take notes. We provide you notepads. We provide you with, are in my opinion, the best pens that you'll find this side of the globe. If you need more, please let me know. Those notes are for your purposes only, and only for you. All right, so what that means is this. As you exit the courtroom, every time you leave, please leave the notes in your chairs behind you. Those notes will be here for you when you come back. When you come back, they'll be there. Look at the front of the cover, or the cover of those notepads. That cover has an identification mark, typically a number. We put numbers on there. That's your pad for the rest of this trial. So if you need another pad, let's say you take a lot of notes, you're a copious note taker, you need another one, please let the deputies know. Those will be your notes. Now, there's a caveat with this. During your deliberations, after you've heard all the evidence and I've given you the law, I will allow you to take the notes back to the jury room, but you're not allowed to share them with each other. They're only for you to use as you contemplate and deliberate on whatever the circumstances are in this particular case, whatever it is that you're asked to determine or decide. So, if one person says, my memory of this witness is blank, the other person says, that's not my memory is that this witness said something opposite, you're not allowed to share notes and say, well, my notes indicate. You only talk about your memory and what it is that you observed, if that makes sense to you. Just because somebody wrote something down doesn't make their memory superior to another juror. Each of you is a juror in your own right. Now, this is a witness stand here. This is where all the testimony will come from. Make sure that you can hear at all times what's going on. If you cannot hear at any point, please let me know immediately. Raise your hand and get my attention. All right. Nothing is going to be read back to you. That's important for you to note. There is only one time, a possibility that I will allow something to be read back to you. That is, if at the end of the trial, you are doing your deliberating, you've heard all the evidence, there is a specific disagreement amongst you about a particular piece of testimony. One person says, witness A said X, another person says, I disagree, witness A said Y, then you have to request it to me in writing. You request it in writing, there is a specific disagreement regarding this particular piece of testimony, and if you're particular about it, then we can have the court reporter read that back to you. That's the only time. So make sure that you can hear at all times. I told you yesterday, please stand at any time that you need to stand if you're not comfortable. I know those chairs are not comfortable. It's what we have to work with. If you need to stand to stretch those legs out, I know what it's like to sit all day. It's not a healthy thing. I do want to make sure that you're comfortable. I provide all the I provide all the seat cushions for you. If you need a seat cushion, don't hesitate to get them. I got them for your purposes. All right. If you need a break at any time, please let me know. Raise your hand. I'll give you a break at any time. There's only 14 of you. I have no problem giving you as many breaks as you need. I want you to be comfortable. You saw in the back that I do provide the refrigerator and these other things for you in the jury room. You're welcome to use those. That jury room is your province. Use it as much as you can. Going to the not communicating, you're not even allowed to communicate with each other about the evidence in this case until I've instructed you to begin your deliberations. We have had jury trials where there have been mistrials called as a result of jurors in the back discussing a particular witness's testimony and how they felt about it. You cannot do that. You're going to get to know each other very well at the end of the trial. Jurors always do. Some of you may develop, really good relationships as a result of your jury service together. Talk about anything you want when you're back there, as long as it does not in any way involve the evidence in this case. So when I say you cannot talk to anybody, you can talk to nobody about the evidence. The first time you discuss it is when I instruct you to begin your deliberations at the end of the evidentiary portion of this trial. During the course of the trial, like you observed last night, you're going to hear me make objections. Right? You're going to hear the attorneys make objections. You're going to hear me make a ruling on each one of those objections. Do not in any way let the rulings affect you as it relates to how you think I feel about this case. I do not have any bias whatsoever. My role is to basically be a referee and to make sure that the rules are abided by as it relates to this case. So, if an attorney gets up and objects, you may hear some argument, I'm going to rule. I know that they'll sit down immediately at that particular point, recognizing that I've ruled. Don't think that I'm showing any sort of favoritism or bias as it relates for or against any particular piece of evidence or for or against any particular side. I know all these attorneys well. They're all excellent lawyers. I have no bias whatsoever. I'm here just like you with an open mind, awaiting the evidence to come before us. If I give you instructions during the course of the trial, they may sound something like this. Please disregard this particular piece of testimony. If I give you that type of instruction, the law requires that you disregard it. Sometimes I'll tell you something like this. You're only allowed to consider this piece of testimony for this very limited purpose. If I give you that instruction, you have to abide by that. Any instructions that I give you throughout the course of the trial, you have to listen to and you have to abide by. Don't go to any locations that you hear about. That goes along with the whole idea of no independent outside investigation. If there's a location you hear about, we've had jurors in the past that have wanted to go by to see what that location looks like. Don't look up anything in the dictionary related to what the time was at this particular time, what the lighting was, things of that nature. Only what comes in this courtroom are you allowed to consider. Only determine the facts based on the credibility of the witnesses that you determine. During the course of the trial, you're going to see me looking at my computer quite a bit, and that's because of the miracle of modern technology. I'm able to read everything that is being said at this particular time, and I do like to focus on that because if there's ever an appeal that comes from that, that record is what is going to be reviewed. Sometimes when I hear things, it's not always exactly how I see it, so I am a reader, so you're going to see me reading the computer. I also look up the law quite a bit on the computer. Do not be distracted by that. Know that I'm trying to do my part as the judge in this case, meaning the law. Your job is to determine the facts. I told you yesterday we have a lot of pending cases in this court. We got about 530 plus indicted cases currently pending. You may see someone from the court staff come in, communicate with me, have me sign documents, that sort of thing. It's unrelated to this case. Do not allow that to affect you. Always make sure that you're paying attention to this case. I told you yesterday you're welcome to bring something to drink into the courtroom as long as you have a top on it. So we don't want to have any sort of errors. I drink coffee pretty much all day, so you'll see me doing that. Do y'all have any questions of me? All right, the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to give opening statements to you. Opening statements are not evidence. What the attorneys say is not evidence. Evidence comes from the witness stand or some other item that comes before you, as I referenced earlier. Opening statements are an opportunity for the attorneys to tell you where they think this case is going to go. Any questions of me at this point? Anything? Okay. If you have any questions throughout the trial, let the deputy know, and then we can address it at that point. Beyond that state, are you ready to read? Yes.
Judge, if I could, before the statement, we'd actually like to invoke the rule under 614. Although we appreciate that opening statement is not evidence, it's going to discuss a lot of evidence everybody anticipates will come in, and any witness sitting in the courtroom could absorb that potential testimony, and it could change their testimony. So if it's not an expert or an essential party, we're going to ask, Judge, that the rule be invoked in your discretion at this time. And maybe also a cautionary note of some type. Since media coverage is also going to be streaming it, that could also run afoul of the rule with witnesses as well.
All right, so the rules are invoked. I'll instruct all parties to make sure that the witnesses have an understanding as to what that means and that they comply thereof, including observing any witness testimony or hearing about witness testimony through any media coverage. All right, and that starts now. So that sort of makes me think of this. Let me make sure that y'all understand the order of trial, and this is how it works. So the state is going to read the charge. We have 3 named accused individuals in this courtroom. After they read each particular charge, the indictments, remember, indictments are not evidence in this case for you to consider. They're just the formal charge. Once they read those charges, each particular accused will have an opportunity to plead to that. Once that is concluded, each side will have an opportunity to present opening statements. Sometimes the defense provides an opening statement. Sometimes they wait till later to give that to you. Sometimes they waive that opening statement. Remember that the defense does not have a burden in this case. They're not required to do anything. Once opening statements are completed, if there's any, then the state will begin calling its witnesses. We call that the state's case in chief. Each witness will come to this witness stand. They'll take an oath. They'll testify under examination by the state. Once the state is concluded, each of the three named accused individuals has an opportunity to cross-examine those particular witnesses. We're basically handling three cases in one in this trial, as there are three named defendants. Once the defense, if they choose to cross-examine any of those witnesses, then they will pass that over. That will continue until the state has concluded all its witnesses, and then they will rest their case. At that point, the defense, if they choose to, can call witnesses, and if they do, they'll examine those witnesses. Subsequent to those examinations, the state has an opportunity to cross-examine each one of those witnesses. Once the defense, if they have any witnesses, have concluded calling their witnesses, then they will rest. At that time, each side has an opportunity to present additional witnesses for rebuttal purposes, if they choose to do so. Subsequent to that, I'm going to read you all the law that you need through the charge of the court. Each side will give you a closing argument. Then I will instruct you to begin your deliberations. All right? With that, state, are you ready to read the indictments?
We are, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
It reads as follows. True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such, at the November term AD 2023 of the 379th Judicial District Court of said county and said court at said term, do present and into said court, the county and state aforesaid, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, that on or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Alfred Flores, hereinafter referred to as the defendant, with intent to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, namely Melissa Perez, did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. The next count. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Alfred Flores, hereinafter referred to, or hereinafter called defendant, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. The next count. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Alfred Flores, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with said deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. Next count. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Alfred Flores did intentionally and knowingly and recklessly cause bodily injury to another, namely Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting a projectile at and in the direction of the complainant, thereby causing serious bodily injury to the complainant, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Alfred Flores, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and defendant did intentionally and knowingly threaten imminent bodily injury to Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting at or in the direction of the complainant with the said deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. Next count. On or about the 23rd day of June, 2023, Alfred Flores, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did knowingly discharge a firearm at and in the direction of an individual, namely Melissa Perez, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under the color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer, signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreman of the grand jury.
To each count, sir, how do you plead?
To all counts, Judge?
Not guilty.
You may have a seat.
This indictment is titled State of Texas versus Eleazar Alejandro. It reads as follows. True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the November term AD 2023 of the 379th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, that on or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro, hereinafter called defendant, with intent to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, namely Melissa Perez, did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. And on or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro, hereinafter called defendant, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with said deadly weapon. And the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. Next, on or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to another, namely Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting a projectile at and in the direction of the complainant, thereby causing serious bodily injury to the complainant, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. Goes on to state, on or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the defendant did intentionally and knowingly threaten imminent bodily injury to Melissa Perez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting at and in the direction of the complainant with said deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer. Final count. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Eleazar Alejandro, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did knowingly discharge a firearm at and in the direction of an individual, namely Melissa Perez, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of employment, namely a San Antonio police officer, signed against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury. Direction of the complainant with said deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there a public servant acting under color of his employment, namely the San Antonio police officer. On or about the 23rd day of June 2023, Daniel Villalobos was hereinafter referred to as defendant did knowingly discharge a firearm at and in the direction of the individual, namely Melissa Perez, and the defendant was then their public servant, acting under color of his employment, namely a San Antonio police officer, signed against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by former individuals.
To each counselor, how do you plead?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Your Honor,
Stating you're ready to begin your opening statement.
yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we take the next step in a journey that we all started yesterday, a couple hours before this time, with 90 other of his best friends. This stage, I'm going to tell you about events that occurred in our city. They started Thursday night, June 22nd, 2023, at Rosemont Apartments. Now, those apartments, some of you may be familiar with, they sit and structured in the South Patrol sector, the way SAPD has the city broken down. And I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear that at about 12:33, Thursday the 22nd, SAPD got one or two 911 calls. There had been a disturbance at the Rosemont Apartments. The fire alarms were going off. There had been some damage. Somebody cut. SAPD officers responded. Before then, SA Fire got there. I forget the engine number, but I know the captain in charge, you'll hear from him, then Lieutenant Chris Hudson. And the fire team, they took effort to reduce the noise abatement and turned off, and they also met the person you're going to hear about. They met Miss Melissa Perez at the apartment. She lived there. Lived in apartment 202. They talked to her from the time they arrived up until the first SAPD officer arrived. And I suspect you'll learn that this was SAP officer Jesus Rojas. He arrived on scene about, I think, 12:49. By the time Officer Rojas got there, the fire department had ceased the noise. They just cut the power. And Officer Rojas also engaged with Ms. Perez. As he talked to her, he listened. He's had training. He knows what answers cue some things. And he asked her, "Hey, could you come over to my unit?" Miss Perez asked him, "You were here? You gonna arrest me?" He said, "No." And she stood there. She had a little dog. And while she's waiting for Officer Rojas to get himself together to ask him the questions she wanted, another officer, Officer Ramos, comes up and approaches the two of them. It's normal procedure. Every officer always has backup. Ms. Perez, seeing that, knowing the mistake, she decided to go back to her apartment. You'll hear and learn that she got into her apartment. Yes, the officers were pursuing. And before 1 a.m. on now, Friday, June 23rd, over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Officer Rojas went back to do his research. Officer Ramos stayed at her door. And you'll hear he kicked at the door, banged at the door, come out at the door, come out at the door, come out at the door, banging at the door, kicking at the door, banging at the door. For almost 20 minutes. Eventually, he's rejoined by Officer Rojas, and they were joined by a third officer, Officer Jonathan Salinas, and I believe you will hear from him today. Now, Officer Salinas, he was the senior officer of Sector 34 within the South Patrol District, which is where the Rosemont apartments were. And it was normal in his protocol, Officer Salinas, since it occurred in his sector, he took control of the situation from Rojas and Ramos, and they became his backup. And over the next 15 minutes, after Salinas arrived, the officers continued to talk. The way the apartment is set up, you approach it from the cul-de-sac and grass, and you run down this alleyway to the door to the apartment. But that front living room, you walk past it, there's a wall between you and the alleyway. If you've lived in apartments, you can kind of understand it. And in the front, right about out here, in the open area, there's a little patio, fenced off. And the front living room is visible from that patio area. And again, this is June 23rd in San Antonio. Even at midnight, it's kind of warm. So Ms. Perez, she had her windows open, screens open, lights on, and yes, eventually she sat on her living room couch, and the officers could see her, and they engaged. Melissa, come out. You'll hear, and the evidence will show, she said, no. Come out. Nope. Officer Rojas, expect he would hear you. He suspected that he needed to ED or write it up as a suspect report. Officer Salinas, when he got over and he took over, he went and tried to call in and research. Is cut fire alarms? Is that an arson thing? How do we handle this? Needing guidance. You'll hear that at approximately 1:33, Officer Salinas, the officer in charge, comes back and he tells his other two officers, we're done. We're just going to write it up. If she comes out, arrest her. But we're going to write it up. Salinas goes to his unit, checks for guidance from higher downtown. You'll hear from a detective, Michael Thornton, who was the detective at 9th CID on duty that night, took a call from Salinas. And you'll learn that at that stage, 48 minutes after Ms. Perez had gone into her home, we were told, write it up. List her name, suspect report. We don't know the exact amount of damage. Get back in service. And ultimately, at approximately 1:22 a.m., 50 minutes after the initial encounter. That's exactly what Salinas came back to Ramos and Rojas and said, "That's it, it's over." And all three officers turned off their body cam. Case was closed, gonna be written up, let's get back to work. And as they retreated back to their units, back to the parking lot, officers Salinas and Rojas, they encountered the maintenance man for the apartment complex. And with that, he gave them an estimate to the damage to the fire alarm. I suspect the evidence will show when Officer Salinas got that estimate and got that damage, he talked to the sergeant in charge that day. The sergeant that night for Sector 34 was then SAPD Sergeant Flores. And that at approximately 1:36 a.m., Salinas spoke to the other two officers, and 1:36 was 64 minutes after the initial call, after they closed it out. So I talked to Sarge. We can go in. Go into that patio, go into that front screen. Then they turn their body cams on, they go back. And first they patrolled around the apartments. It's a 3-bedroom apartment. You have a living room behind the patio. You have a guest bedroom. You have another guest bedroom. I suspect you'll learn that in this second guest bedroom, Ms. Perez has a set of bunk beds. And then finally, if you go around the corner, you get to the master bedroom here in the back. And the evidence will show that Officer Salinas himself, probably 66, 67 minutes after the call, he's flashing his light into the apartment. "Melissa, let us in." She said, "Nope." He comes back, he talks to his fellow officers. "Yeah, she's in bed. She's retreated." At about 1:40, they continued to ask, "Melissa, open up, come out, let us in." She said, "No." She says, "No." They go back and they kick on the door. Officer Salinas, he got real creative. He turned and hit the mule kick. I counted about 13 of them. And Ramos, he continued his front leg burst onto the door. I suspect you'll hear and you'll learn. And all these officers, and they are amongst anyone who wears the uniform to serve. They are amongst our city's finest. Young, vigorous is what you want in an officer. I believe you'll find and you'll hear that Melissa Perez was 50 years old, 5'1", 150 pounds. And in that state, after those 68 minutes, And again, Melissa's alternately sitting in the living room couch, looking out her bay window into that area. The officer's talking to her. She's saying nope. At one point, she drifts back into her room, and Officer Salinas jumps the rail, reaches into her window, tears the screen to reach in to try to unlock that door. And after all those kicks, in 68 minutes, 1 hour, 10 seconds, all the refusals to hear her, yes, Melissa Perez, she got up and she picked up an object, a hammer, resembles this, and she runs at the window of her apartment. Officer Salinas backs up, he retreats. And Melissa, after she hit the window screen, she knocked the frame off from the inside. She puts the hammer down because Officer Salinas had backed up and retreated. And she had one of those Jesus candles, C-H-E-B. And she threw it out the window, hit Officer Salinas on his elbow. You'll hear and learn that that creates what they call, what police call an E-tone. Officer's been hit, officers in need of assistance, and that goes out throughout the district. It's essential, it's needed. Anytime any officer is down, brother and sister officers absolutely come rushing to the aid. You don't know what it is. That call went out at about 1:40, 68 minutes. You'll learn and you hear as officers are rushing to it that also Officer Salinas himself said, "I'm okay, slow it down, I'm all right. No emergency." And in the reaction, then Officers Villalobos and Officers Alejandro, they're part of the response. Ultimately, up to 15 uniformed patrol officers all responded. They're all standing around that open bay window. Multiples flashing light. You'll hear that 3 or 4 of them, Melissa had guests. A homeless man, Santos Rios. You'll hear that she gave him a place to lay his head. Bed. I suspect, I don't know, I can't prove it. She shared whatever she had with him. Officers were aware he was there. In fact, Officers Rojas, Ramos, they'd engaged him. "Hey, can you open the door? Can you let us in?" Over the course of time, once Sergeant Flores got there and he gets briefed from Officer Salinas, Officer Villalobos, he's an ex-Marine, as I understand. And it doesn't surprise me because Marines lead from the front. He got his briefing, he moved to the front, he moved to the rail. "Can you talk to me?" Mr. Perez said no. He persisted. And he took it on himself and he jumps the rail. And he tries to reach in, and he has some success. And at the same time, see that reaching in, Melissa, yep, she picked that hammer up. An officer's called off, and Officer Villalobos, he backed up, he retreated. You'll hear that the doors to the patio, the hinges are on the outside. I'm not a handyman myself, but that means that that door swings out into the patio. So Officer Villalobos put his right foot and his weight. I don't know, as he and I have passed each other these hearings. He appears to be about my height, 6'1", 6'2", good sturdy guy. And he got his foot there. She ain't coming out. I'm good. Other officers are, no, come on, get over here, get over here, get over here. I can get it, I can reach it. Because he backed off, Melissa put that hammer down. In fact, the evidence will show that between Officer Villalobos, Officer Alejandro, because he, of the patrol officers, he was kind of senior. He was working his way up to SWAT. He had been a high performer, the kind that we want to reward. And he's calling Villalobos, get back, now. Officer Villalobos, yeah, he did, because he was a younger officer in service. And he jumped back over the rail, and I believe the evidence will show from recorded on this camera, he says, give a damn about the hammer. I'm 6'2". I'm a hard charger. It doesn't concern me. I can handle it. While all this is going on, officers still surround, and some are catching up. And I start vacation after this shift is over with. How have you been? Some concept, something called a plan is formed. You'll hear from an officer, Andrew Chernick. Officer Chernick is a 20-year cop, been a detective in other instances, but he was a patrol officer here. Because the plan was to repeat Officer Villalobos and Officer Salinas' attempts to go over the rail in front of Ms. Perez, you can see it coming, and try to unlock the front door. And this is about 78 minutes after the damage. And you'll hear from Officer Andrew Chernick, who comes up to Sergeant Flores, because once the senior officer gets on the scene, he's the man in charge. And Officer Chernick comes up to Sergeant Flores and says, Sergeant, I think we're thinking about this wrong. She's sitting right there watching us coming through the front and going to the back. And while you're talking to her in the front, we can come in with less lethal taser. But the supervisor in charge, nope, rejected that. And ultimately, at 2:02 a.m., a plan was hatched together. Officer Villalobos' partner and Officer Travis Thompson, you'll hear from him, and Officer Alejandro, to engage and talk to and keep Ms. Perez talking at the front window. Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores would also climb that rail and go right back to that same window and door to try to enter. You'll hear it's been twice. You reach into the apartment, Melissa reacts. You back up, she backs up. But he came in the third time. Only this time, officers responded to that pattern with deadly force. You would hear that ultimately that door had not been unlocked, that they had to kick it in themselves to get in to start first aid. And ultimately, before 3 a.m., Melissa Perez was declared deceased. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is the gravamen of what the evidence is for the case that we bring here today. But I don't think that will be all you will come to learn. I suspect you also hear from a Daisy Nieto. She was someone that Melissa Perez referred to as my sister. You may learn that opening her home to a homeless man is not unusual for Ms. Perez. The reason she herself had that 3-bedroom was that she had 4 lights in her life. Her daughter Alexis, her sons Jaden and Aiden, and the brightest star, her youngest child, Dylan. Those extra bedrooms were for them when they came. You'll learn that over time, I suspect you'll hear the negative evidence that there is no one that says Melissa Perez gave consent to enter her home. No one will say they had reason to believe Melissa Perez was destroying evidence. You'll hear that no one had reason to believe that Melissa Perez could escape out the back door of that apartment that did not exist when 15 of SAPD's finest are watching her and got eyes on her for 2 hours and 30 minutes. You'll also hear that none of those 15 officers thought that after 78, 2 hours and 30 minutes, no one thought about doing the constitutionally mandated thing of going to a neutral and detached magistrate and getting a warrant to breach Ms. Perez's home. It wasn't a consideration. You'll learn that this repeated pattern over and over and over again. Yes, SAPD, all police officers, their duty, their obligation is to protect us. We don't want them letting violent criminals flee. But you'll hear when again the officers on the ground think to write it up, maybe we need to eat deer, maybe we need to do something else. What you will not hear is a justification to not comply with Texas law, their training and policy. At the end of all the evidence, we expect you will have evidence of the who that did what, shot and killed, or shot at Melissa and Perez. To whom? Melissa and Perez. At apartment 202 of the Rosemont Apartments in the early morning hours of Friday, April 23rd, 2023, you will have the who that did what, to whom, when they did it, where they did it, how they did it. Such that at that time, Mr. Lunan, Mr. Escobar, and myself, we're going to respond right back here to the spot, and we're going to ask you for your verdict of guilty on each and every count of every indictment. Let's get started.
Yes.
They had a right to go home with their family. They had a right to go home to their wives. They had a right to go home to their children. They had a right not to be a victim. They had a right not to have June 23rd, 2023 be the end of any of their watches. They had that. And what I just heard in that opening statement, I won't have enough time to go through it. Because when you heard them read the indictment, you're going to read the indictment for Alfred, and you heard him read honor about it, honor about it, honor about it, honor about it. It seemed like he must have shot 15 people. They were referring to one incident, one split-second decision that he had to make to go home with his family. When they read it for Eleazar, honor about, honor about, honor about, honor about. One split-second instant that happened at the same time Alfred. He had to make the decision to go home with his family. And when you read honor about, oh, that's a split-second decision that Nathaniel had to go home to his family. Because that is the promise every officer has to their family. That I'm not going to do anything to not go home. I'm going to make sure I'm safe. And not only am I going to make sure I'm safe, I'm going to make sure he's safe. I'm going to make sure he's safe. I'm going to make sure all of us are safe. What did that prosecutor do? I've never seen somebody justify a woman running at a person with a hammer and go, well, they should have backed off. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Here's what happened. Melissa Perez cut a fire alarm at an apartment complex with hundreds of people in it. The alarms go off crazy all over the place. That's what draws fire. Initially, after the initial cut of the fire alarm, fire comes out to see what's going on. They figure out this woman is cutting the wires, cutting the wires, cutting the wires, cutting the wires. You're going to find out that she was intoxicated about 2.5 times a day, drunk, cutting the wires. They finally figure out, well, when she's damaged all of this stuff, and then there's a response. And you heard that the response was going to be from a couple of SAPD officers at first who start talking to her. As they're talking to her, they're also trying to figure out what's the damage here, how much does it cost? Because, and what you'll learn is that what you damage in criminal mischief and how much it costs matters. Because the more it costs, the more damage you do to something turns it from a misdemeanor to a felony, and that's important. What they find out is that the damage she did was about $7,500. To cut the alarm system, have it go off for everything. Now, here's the problem with that, though. That alarm system, what's it do? It's there to protect everybody who lives in those apartments. It's there to protect from fire. What the prosecutor didn't tell you is she's in an apartment full of candles that are lit. They don't know what's going on. Yes, they can see her, and they can see a lot of lit candles in there too, and she's got the fire alarm. But yes, first officers arrive on scene, they talk to her, and they tell her. They know that she needs to be detained. They know that she is almost certainly going to be arrested. But they don't want to tell her that. Just like any officer will say, look, hey, just come on over here. Come on to the back of my car. I just need to talk to you back here. Talk to you back here. And once they get into a situation, they can arrest. It's a de-escalation tactic. What the prosecutor seemed to suggest is that an officer says, hey, come over here so I can put handcuffs on you. That's not smart. They know that. They know that. They know that officers don't do that. So Melissa figured out that that's probably what was about to happen. She was about to get arrested. And so she takes off. Now, evading arrest is not just an arrest. Evading detention is also a charge. So if you were trying to detain someone lawfully, which she just cut the fire alarm stuff, she just done criminal mischief of a felony amount, her detention was lawful. It was lawful for the officer to say, come here, come to the back of the car, let me detain you. So we know that that was lawful. And then she evaded a lawful detention. She ran away from it. And then you had a couple of officers. You had Rojas as the original, you had Ramos. So Ramos had gone by that time, and she's running to the apartment, shuts the door behind her, and he starts kicking. And the prosecutor, says absolutely that they can kick her door. Absolutely, they can go in after her. Absolutely, there's no ollie oxen free. There's no home base. You can't go destroy the fire alarm at the apartments, endangering hundreds of lives, potentially. Get the question about it, run away from the detention, get to your home and you're safe. That's not how that works. They know that's not how that works. We all know that's not how that works. That's not how the world operates. That's not what happens. That's not what's supposed to happen. Because if that was allowed to happen, we would have no order. We would have nothing to pay. If we had home base, and you could just shut the door, and that was it. But that's not what happened. They continued to try to get in. And then he heard about Jonathan Salinas. The way the Jonathan Salinas was like, oh, everything's fine, it's okay. Well, Jonathan Salinas is approaching that back window. He is trying to get into the home because they can get into the home. Because it is a felony, right? It's a felony amount. It's a felony this. They could have gotten in anyway because she's evading on foot and she's not allowed to do that. And whatever decisions are being made, like, oh, this person, Night CID said, oh, it's all right, write it up later. What you're going to find out is it's a good thing that they didn't in terms of the fact that there was a lot more danger that was going on in there to other people than Night CID knew about. They were making decisions blind. They're thinking about cutting the alarm. They're thinking about, well, she's evading arrest. But what they come to find out is that there's another person in that alarm. Now you have a woman who's cut the alarm, she's lit a bunch of candles, and now she has another person that they can see and they can talk to. The prosecutor told you, well, they asked him to go open the door. He couldn't because he was bedridden. He was invalid. So now they have to deal with that because you can't leave her alone. Where do they all go home? They all just say, all right, well, I guess not. So they're trying to go and get her, and they have every right. Because as you heard in Vordaer, they have a duty to do that. Why do they have that? Why do we ask them to have that? Why do we ask them to go to danger when we would all run away from them? Why do we ask them to do that? It's because if you don't go in and make an arrest of a person who is behaving the way Melissa Perez was behaving, then what happens next? Who does she hurt? What happens? Does she burn down an apartment complex? Does she kill children? Does she kill babies who were there in that apartment complex? Is it an arson? We don't know. They have to go arrest them. That's what they're saying. What happens next? Does she go and put that hammer in the head of this guy in the bed? We don't know. They don't know. If it were me or if it were you, we would call the police. But they can't call the police. They have to actually deal with it. They have to go and deal with her. She is acting strangely, sure. She's cut the fire alarms. We know now that she was extremely intoxicated. And then she's running away from the detention, which she can't. So when Salinas is trying to get into that apartment, he's reaching through the window, and you're going to see them do that. Reaching through the window, trying to unlock the door, and she sees him, and she gets that hammer, and she starts to run and swing it at him. And you're going to see on the video that her arm goes outside the window trying to get it. Salinas draws. The way that they acted was like Salinas was like, oh, no problem. I mean, no, he said, you're going to get shot. You're going to get shot. Oh, don't make me do it. You're going to get shot. So, he gets Salinas. He's backed out. And this is important. This window, the window that they have there, there's a little patio, as the prosecutor described. You can jump over the patio, rail. But this window here has a TV in front of it. But, as the prosecutor told you, after he backs up, she picks up one of those candles, throws it out of that window, and hits Salinas. And what's important about that is that you will see through the evidence in this trial that she was easily able to throw a projectile through that window and injure a police officer. That's important. Projectile, window, police officer. E-tone. It does call all the officers out. But the E-tone was really going out because he says, I got one at gunpoint, because he is going to shoot her. Salinas was going to shoot her if she comes with that hammer again, because this hammer, this is not a small hammer. And she was smaller, but she had done roofing. This is a roofing hammer. And she is swinging it, and she'll swing it as hard as she can. And it doesn't matter if you're 5'1". You're 5'1" and you swing this into somebody's face. You're 5'1" and you swing this into them, you can cause serious bodily injury or death. Everybody knows it. This is a deadly weapon. Every one of their experts is going to say, every one of their witnesses is going to say. They're all going to say this is a deadly weapon. So what is she doing? She is presenting them with a deadly weapon. She is going towards them, trying to get them with this deadly weapon. And they have a right to go home with their families. They have a right not to let this thing hit them in the face. But they also have a duty to not let her just stay there doing whatever she wants to do with the hammer and the candles and the alarms and everything else that's going on. They have a duty to go in, but they have a right to go home. Right? And that's the difference. That's what they're not seeing. All they're seeing is I don't know, it should have gone away. But here's the thing. E-tone goes out, that's where these officers come. Alfred comes out, Eleazar comes out, Villalobos comes out. They come out to protect. What's his name? Villalobos, a good man, a good officer, a great officer. You'll see how he behaved, you'll see how he acted, a great officer. An officer who is willing to put himself in the line. An officer who is willing to try to do what he could, do non-violently. The reason he's trying to get that door open, and the prosecutor didn't tell you that either, is when they're talking, she puts the hammer down. And they think, we can get in there while she has the hammer down and basically try to tackle her or just subdue her so that she's away from that weapon. That's why he's trying to open the door. And he reaches in, and he does click the lock. What he doesn't see is there's a lock at the top. He thinks that door is unlocked. And I was glad that at least he pointed out, he put his foot there, not because, no problem, blah, blah, blah. Put his foot there because he did not want that woman coming out of here with that hammer. He drew his weapon. He was doing what he could to make sure that he went home to his family. The plans that they're making are they're trying to do whatever they can to do their duty as police officers. Because if we have police officers, and really, honestly, at the end of this trial, the result of this trial, just wait and see what we live in. Right? Just wait and see what kind of community we live in. If we convict these men of murder and aggravated assault, what officer? Guess what? Burn it down. Whatever you're going to do. Because if I try to do my duty and go in and get you, and then I have to make sure that I go home to my family. I'll be sitting in this chair, that chair. Right? It's important. They did the right thing. What the prosecutor tried to tell you is, oh no, it was wrong because they know the pattern. I don't care the pattern. They were right. She was wrong. She cannot.
council's getting into what we might be closing argument if everything comes in, not laying out what these evidence will show.
I can
object.
rephrase. The evidence will show they were right and she was wrong. The evidence will show this could have killed him. And how do you know? How do you know that it could have? Because when he had his hand reached in there, unlocking the door, she came at him with it. How do you know it was scary? Because you had another Salinas, Maria Salinas, was another officer who was behind him. She drew her weapon. She was scared. And you'll hear her say, I almost shot her. And the only reason she didn't shoot her was because he was standing in front of her. And she didn't want to shoot him. You'll hear other officers, B, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. And he has to get out from the window because she's coming. And what they would say is, well, he should have been in the window. No, he needs to be in the window. That's what his job is to be in the window. His job is to be in the window so we don't have to be. His job is to be in the window so that everybody else can be safe. That's his job. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's their job. And they tried to do what they could. But eventually, they're right. He backs out. They look and formulate different plans. If you remember, counting mule kicks and kicks and kicks, they're not having a whole lot of success over there on that other side. Door. It's a strong door. Thank you. It's a strong door. They're not having a lot of success. So they did the final thing that they did, and Miko's about to get up here and talk to you about some of the things individually in that moment and what they would see and how they experienced it. But they finally, in that last moment, she is coming with the hammer. They shoot her right here. Right under the arm that's got the hammer raised, it's going right through that window. You'll see the officers that were in the way. You'll see the officers who could have been hurt. You'll see 4 other officers all draw their weapons. Everybody believes that this is a deadly threat. If this is so weird and crazy, if this is so criminal, if what they did was so criminal, how did 3 people make the exact same decision at the exact same time? They didn't talk about it. It's in a split second. 3 people, exact same. And others behind them would have done it too if they were on the front. So what this trial is going to be about is that those chairs would have been just filled with 3 different people. The people in the front were in the back, and the people in the back were in the front. Because all of them were making that same decision at the same time. That this was a deadly threat that was presented. And then what you're going to see after this is that at first, Detective Soto, who's the lead detective, at first he brings the family in. He shows them the body cam. This is hours later. And he says, look, she was, just because you have mental problems or anything like that, you could be just as dangerous. And their daughter says, I know. And you can hear their daughter say, yes, she's aggressive. She does not like when people question her. The family went in and looked at it, and it had to be hard. Detective Soto was in a position at that point hours later, but then all of a sudden something switched. And they filed 3 murder cases. They walked a warrant, which means they walked over and went to a magistrate and filed 3 murder cases against 3 people. You know why there's only 2 murder cases now? They walked that warrant about 10 to 12 hours later after the shooting. They didn't do any investigation at all. Detective Soto went and did a warrant without even seeing or talking to everybody. Something switched. And all of a sudden, they get filed on for murder. You know why there's only 2 murder counts now? It's because they figured out after their investigation that she was only shot twice. One of the officers didn't even shoot her. Right? And he got arrested for murder. Because their investigation was terrible. It had no basis in reality. It didn't look at any of the evidence that you're supposed to look at when these things happen at all. They didn't even get the benefit that a normal, everyday person would get, which is really all they should. They didn't get it. So 3 people get arrested for murder. She'd only been shot twice. They didn't overload. They didn't shoot at a time before. They didn't shoot one more time after they heard the word, she's down, she's down. She shot twice. As she was coming, and 3 officers with a hammer just like that, they They had a right to go home with their families. They had that right. She had no right. No right to go into her home after evading arrest. She had no right to go into her home after cutting the firearm. She had no right to stay in that home after hitting Officer Salinas with the hand. She did not have that right. None of us. They had it. They did what they had to do. Go home with their family. The same thing every officer does. The same thing every officer promises. And at the end of this trial, you're going to see that all of that was true. And now I'd ask Mr. Booker.
So tied to the circumstances, then, you're going to hear that phrase quite a bit. Officers talk about totality of circumstances, and I find it interesting that Mr. Harris left a lot of the circumstances out. If you notice, he was talking very calmly, and I understand that because this was anything but a calm situation. He talked about it as if it was very nonchalant, that people were just talking, and then she didn't want them in, as if she had the authority to tell them not to come in. As if they would have gotten a warrant, that would have changed anything. Can we play it out? The evidence will show, and experts are going to testify. And I'm going to say this. Their experts, because Daryl, your expert's going to agree with me. Their experts are going to agree with us that if they got a warrant, they would have been in the same situation. Because then they would have breached. It's going to call breach. You're going to hear a term about breach. They would have breached, and the same circumstance would have been there. It would have been the same situation. There's no requirement to get a warrant when you have probable cause to enter. You're going to hear about 9.32, 9.33, Chapter 14, 38, the Code of Criminal Procedure. You're going to hear about a lot of law through experts. We have experts, they have experts. I anticipate that some of their experts are going to agree with us on a lot of stuff. Because policing is policing is policing. So let's talk about what Mr. Harris. So after you've heard already from Jason that there was a criminal mischief, you can go in. You don't need a warrant for a felony offense. So they went in, they had permission. After Salinas was trying to get in because he could, she came at him, and look, no one's going to swing hard right now because we don't want to take any chances. I'm going to have a good grip, but I don't want to take a chance. It wasn't, don't come in my property. You don't. It was, I'm swinging. I'm going at it. And you're going to see she reached out the window. I'm going to change hands. And she's going at him. And Salinas draws his weapon and says, I'm going to shoot you. And what Mr. Harris didn't tell you, she says, shoot me. I'm going to shoot you. And you're going to hear, shoot me. So that is what we call an aggravated assault against a peace officer. That is a first-degree felony. Someone facing that, you're going to hear, can spend their life in prison. If that same person, you're going to hear during the testimony, accomplishes their feat and hits somebody in the head with this thing, and here, even from a 5'1" lady, and that person and that officer passes away, this table, and remember I mentioned this to Mr. Loon the other day and he didn't respond to me, they would charge her with capital murder. So an aggravated assault against a peace officer, David, right, is an attempted capital murder. That's what it is. And that was the first one. And she's saying twice. So as you heard counts, that would have been 2 counts of attempted capital murder. 2 counts of attempted capital murder. And then Salinas backs up. He doesn't have much to go. There's no duty to retreat. He just tactically retreated. You're going to hear about that as well. Then she gets a candle. And in the first thought, because I was watching you, and the first thought, people might think, she's a candle. But a candle can still be a deadly weapon. You break that candle and it cuts you or hits them. It can cause serious bodily injury. And you can defend yourself. That's the 3rd attempted capital murder. Potentially. It's definitely the 3rd aggravated assault against a peace officer. That was not talked about that way. So this is a dynamic situation. You're going to hear from experts about a continuum of force used. Their experts are going to answer our questions. Our experts are going to answer their questions. People that have been in the department for 40 years, 30 years, detectives that have investigated these situations for this table, when I was in the office, when we were in the office, and for them. They're going to know our witnesses. And they're going to answer questions honestly for you, because they testify for whomever. They're just here to testify to the truth. That's 3 aggravated assaults. So now she comes after, because Nathan does reach over. He does get there. He doesn't know what's going on with Rojas and Ramos. He doesn't know about meal kicks. He doesn't know about the front kicks that Mr. Harris was talking about. He just shows up and there's 15 officers there. Nobody's planning the murder. They're trying to get a woman out of a house that's committed now a criminal mischief felony and 3 aggravated assaults against peace officers, first-degree felony, arguably 2 attempted capital murders. And now they have to extract this woman. And a warrant wouldn't change anything, Mr. Harris, you know that. A warrant wouldn't have changed anything. And then they find out there's an invalid, there's another man there, and then you're going to see in the video, there's going to be a cup of urine, because he can't get out of his bed, he has to pee in a cup. And obviously she's not taking care of him, but you'll be able to decide that yourself. Because he's peeing in a cup. And they have to think about this man after she's cut fire alarms, after she's attempted capital murders, and they don't know what she feels about this guy. They don't know if as soon as they leave to go home, because that's what they're suggesting to you, that she just walks over there, and the man that has to pee in his bed is dead. The man that has to pee in his bed is dead if they don't act, potentially. Experts can talk about that. They make reasonable assumptions. But the aggravated assaults are not done. Because when Nathan goes in there, because he says, I'm gonna try to unlock the door, because let's try to use less lethal, let's try to get her in custody, even though she's committed these aggravated assaults. He goes over and he reaches in. After some officers are distracted in the back, you're gonna see, and they say, "Beep," and they're yelling at him, and she comes at him, and it wasn't a trot, Mr. Harris. She's coming at him. You're gonna see it for yourself. And she swings at him, and he barely misses. She barely misses. How do you know that? Because you're going to hear from Maria Salinas, their witness. You're going to hear from Vince Gomez, their witness. They're talking about it, like she barely missed. I mean, that close. If she would have now hit Officer Salinas, and now Nathan, his wife is sleeping by herself, maybe, potentially. His parents don't get to see him for Christmas. Barely. And he reaches back. And because he's a Marine, just because he's not affected the same way other people are, it doesn't mean that he wasn't almost killed. And yes, he does, Mr. Harris. He does this because he doesn't want her coming out that door. Why? Because it's dangerous. You will hear that Travis Thompson, their witness, Robert Ramos, their witness, Jonathan Salinas, their witness, and Maria Salinas, their witness, drew weapons. If that is not a proper draw, Mr. Harris, that's an aggravated assault. You don't have to shoot the gun. You're going to hear witnesses testify that if their claim is that's not a proper, nobody should have drawn their weapons, they're not charged with aggravated assault by a peace officer. Convenient. Totality of the circumstances. You can hear that over and over again. And then so at that point, that is the 4th. Then there's a 5th aggravated assault, potential capital murder. Because Sergeant Flores and Nathan come back over again after discussion. You're going to hear about the 5 C's. I won't bore you with it right now. You're going to hear about react plans versus containment plans. You're going to hear about structure and policy. We're going to argue over what policy was and wasn't. Ultimately, policy is not the penal code. Just remember that. We'll talk about policy. Trust me. We're not going to avoid it. So then as Sergeant Flores, not as limber, I'm not being disrespectful as Nathan, he's taking a little more time getting over the rail. She's coming at him and they're yelling at him. Alejandro is sitting there because he's been talking to her the whole time. He sees her coming, he draws his weapon, he fires 5 shots first. This is the first round of volleys. Mr. Harris didn't talk about that. And then she runs back, and he missed. There's a lot of stress. Our experts are going to testify to the stress of shooting. You're going to hear about a Tueler rule, it's a 21-foot rule, that if somebody has a knife within 21 feet, or a hammer, that by the time you get your weapon out and put it on your target, someone can reach you within 21 feet of a hammer or a knife and do harm to you. SBI, serious bodily injury, or kill you. She was within 21 feet, by the way, and she's moving fast. And so then Alejandro shoots, she backs up. Now, you're going to hear experts talk about this. If somebody is shot at and they retreat just to regain themselves, and you're going to see, because we're going to stop the video. I mean, she's there, and then she comes again, and then that's when they shot. Thank you, sir. And then that's when all 3 of the officers at the same time shot, but other officers drew their weapon, but they couldn't shoot because you have to know what's in front of you. We look at the gun safety rules and you hear about that. And we're just tipping the iceberg because we're going to dissect all this. And there's going to be things out there that, once again, it's interesting that some of these facts were left out for you. We want you to hear it all. We're not going to object to the sounds and the hearsay on the videos. You're going to see, let it in. We talked about that, right? Let the jury hear about it. We want you to hear about all this stuff. But we're going to ask you to focus on the law. Not policy, the penal code. Right? Not your feelings, but facts. We're going to ask for all those things. In the end, the deceased, unfortunately, this is tragic, I get it. But this same table, which just frustrates me, I'm sorry if they did what they did. And they would have charged her with capital murder if she would have accomplished her goal of striking any one of these officers. She would be sitting, I wouldn't have represented her, but she would have been sitting at that chair right there. And you would be making the same argument I'm making, right, David? And so now it's up to you. Because we said in jury selection, this is a system of the people, by the people, and for the people. And so we're glad that it's you making this decision, not the government. And we're going to ask you to consider it all the totality of the circumstances. And then the investigation after, as Jason talked about. Why do you walk a warrant in 15 hours? These are not cartel members. They're not going anywhere. And you're going to hear evidence that that's normal in their county, regardless of who's DA. Is that normal to walk warrants on officers? At first, it appeared like it was a good shoot, and I'm going to submit to you that it was absolutely a good shoot. So we're going to ask you to consider all that. And whether their expert or their detective, Soto, even looked at all the evidence and whether the government supports a detective walking a warrant, filling out a sworn document, presented it to a magistrate, and saying, I swear to you these facts are true when they're not true. I wonder if the government supports that. Let me submit to you they shouldn't, because obviously they do. And at the end of this trial, we're going to ask you to come back with a just verdict, a righteous verdict. These three men are not guilty. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Please, court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. One second. One breath. One heartbeat. That's the time that Eleazar Alejandro had to make a decision in this case. Okay? And he had to make that decision because he was faced with a life or death situation. It wasn't his death. It was of his two partners. He was acting in defense of them because the evidence is going to show that he was right on the other side of the railing of that balcony. Okay? And he was acting selflessly to protect his fellow brothers. Okay? And so we want you to consider that. I know that the jury, y'all were talking about how these things can happen in a split second. And from what you've been hearing, you can see that there was some talking going on, but then in a split second, you see Melissa Perez running, and Mr. Harris said running at the window. She wasn't running at the window. She was running at the people at the window. I mean, that's convenient. It's kind of like when they said yesterday, these are excuses. No, it's called justification. Under the law, right? Under the law and under human nature. We all know that's a basic survival instinct. Okay? And we all know, just looking at this, anybody can tell you that this is a deadly weapon. I mean, it can kill you, but what you have to remember, too, is deadly force is not just killing somebody. It's or causing serious bodily injury, right? Okay? And serious bodily injury can be anything that's capable of causing death, or impairment of a limb, or impairment of an organ. Okay? Now you're going to see in these videos, she gets close to these men's head. What's the biggest organ in your body? Your brain. I bet your eyes. Okay? So, no, she was not running at the window like there's some specter there. She was running with bad intentions, Chucky style, okay? Or like a tomahawk with bad intentions. And you're going to see in some of these frames, she's doing this, right? She is, and she's a roofer. Okay, and they told you what her size was. She's taller and weighs more than Mr. Alejandro. Okay, so she was not a small person, and she knew how to use this, and she knew what she was doing when she picked it up. Now, what was curious in Mr. Harris's opening statement is he mentions nothing about the justification with regard to these men using deadly force. All he talked about was, oh, they really shouldn't have been there. They really shouldn't have been there. Once she asked them to leave and told them they couldn't come in, then they shouldn't have been there. And then when they are trying to follow the law and doing what they're supposed to, prevent injury, when a felony is committed like this, they're going in. Oh, as long as they don't go in and she threatens them, then everything is fine. Now, another thing that you may be wondering, when the police were called, when the fire department was called around 11:30, I think it was Engine 36, and it was Lieutenant Hudson who was in charge of the San Antonio Fire Department unit that went out there. He talked to Melissa Perez for like 30 minutes when they got out there. Okay, all the neighbors were out there because they all abandoned the buildings because the fire alarms were all going off. She was getting into arguments with the neighbors. All right, one neighbor even videotaped her. Lieutenant Hudson videotapes her when he's talking to her. And she starts to tell him how she owns the buildings. She's telling the neighbors, I own these buildings, that the FBI is listening to me, and that's why I had to cut the wires. And Lieutenant Hudson says she's very paranoid. So when Officer Riojas, the first officer to go out there, he knows all this. He sees this and what's provided to him. So he's already aware of what's going on, that she's paranoid, that she's psychotic. But when he first gets there and he talks to her, you'll see she was calm with Lieutenant Hudson from the fire department. And for the first minute and a half, when Riojas talks to her, she's calm. She starts to get irritated when Riojas starts to say, do you have mental illness, or are you on medications? And then she starts to get defensive, like it was brought out earlier. Her daughter says, yes, she doesn't like being questioned. Okay? So, at that point, you're going to hear, per the San Antonio Police Department policy manual, and Mr. Harris kept talking about ED. I don't know if you guys know what ED means. It's an emergency detention. Okay? That's when somebody is a danger to themselves or a danger to others. Okay? Now, Officer Riojas, and then when he first starts talking to Melissa and he asks her about cutting the wires, she denies it. She denies she did it. But then Lieutenant Hudson says, come on, tell him what you told me. And so then she admits it. Riojas had probable cause at that time to arrest her for a felony. He did not. He had probable cause to emergency detain her. Mr. Harris keeps talking about, later on after she ran back to her apartment, then Riojas decided maybe he could emergency detain her. There was plenty of the evidence right there for him to emergency detain her. And to emergency detain somebody, you got to cuff them. The thing is, he could have called Ramos and said, hey, get a hold of MedCom, the unit that's in charge of finding a hospital bed for somebody who needs to be emergency detained. He didn't tell anybody about that. Riojas didn't say that. He didn't didn't tell SAPD. He didn't tell Ramos. He could have used. Now he said, "Well, I didn't want to cuff her because she was aggressive and acting angry." Well, you're going to see she wasn't. But when she was calm, he had 3 big firefighters right there with him, and one of them, the lieutenant, was even saying, "Hey, I got this video." Oh, he even offered to say, "Hey, you want to take this as evidence?" And Riojas was like, "Nah, no." And you're going to hear too that Riojas and Ramos, this wasn't their district, and you're going to see that they were basically lazy about this whole thing. They didn't like responding to this because it was out of their district. The district was Salinas, who was the 3rd officer to show up. Okay? So, Ramos shows up about 3 minutes after Riojas. and Melissa Perez is there with the firefighters. At that point, Riojas, who still hasn't done anything that he was supposed to do per the manual, and knowing that this woman is clearly a danger to herself and others, you got all the neighbors out there, he doesn't say, hey, let's walk over here with Officer Ramos, and both of them can detain her. Or even before Ramos, he could have called on the San Antonio Fire Department people to detain her. Or he could have called Medcom and say, hey, I need even more backup because I want to detain this person. He didn't do that. Instead, he says, hey, Melissa, follow me, and he starts walking back to his own unit, 35, 40 feet away, when Ramos is over here in the complete other direction. He violates policy because he's letting her walk behind him. Doesn't know what she's doing. Now, once again, this is a felony, probable cause for a felony arrest, certainly probable cause to be emergency detained. And he gets in his car, and he starts to run things on the computer, and he says, stand in front of my car. She takes off. And then Ramos says, hey, come back here. So the second officer, Ramos says, hey, come back here. She takes off. Ramos starts walking after her. So it's no surprise that she makes it into her apartment, which is apartment 3102, not 202. She makes it back to her apartment. She closes the door. So then they begin to try to determine, what are we going to do? Okay? And they do talk to some supervisors. And this is going to be interesting. They said Officer Salinas is going to be their first officer. Officer Salinas, when he arrives, remember, this is his district. He's the third officer to show up. They tell you that it was Sergeant Flores okayed the idea to go in to the apartment. Okay? When you see Officer Salinas' initial report, he doesn't say anything about whose idea it was to go into the apartment. Okay? But when they talk to him later on, Salinas says, I told Sergeant Flores, now that I found out that it is a higher amount, and they don't even really know. I mean, it could have been because the guy says, hey, I know it's going to be expensive to replace this entire fire alarm system, which, by the way, had been damaged before, but we'll get into that, the evidence of that. So Salinas says, he calls Flores, and he says, hey, now that I found out that it is a felony amount, she's sitting there in the living room. I can go in and get her through the window. It was Salinas' idea. I can go in and get her through the window. And Flores goes, okay, it's a felony, okay. Then these gentlemen say to Salinas, well, that's not in your report. And Salinas even owns it more. He goes, no, it was my idea. So when they tell you, they go back and they tell the other two, it was Sergeant Flores' idea to go in. No, it was Jonathan Salinas' idea to go in. So you have Riojas. None of this would have ever happened if Riojas would have done his job, and their own witnesses are going to tell you that. Their own witnesses are going to tell you that. Okay? And then Travis Thompson, who was also out there, who they say they're going to call as a witness, is going to say, I told these guys, he said, I was going to pull my gun too. She was a danger. She was using deadly force. And he said, and by the way, he said, they kept trying to get me to say, but per the manual, there was no exigent circumstances to go get her. And Thompson said, no, I told him there was. Hot pursuit. Which is interesting because yesterday I brought up that Mr. Lunan wasn't using that phrase at all. Hot pursuit. Which the United States Supreme Court has recognized as, you see somebody committing a crime? As Mr. Goss said, does it mean they get away with it if they make it to their house? No. Hot pursuit. Officer Thompson says, when I brought up hot pursuit, they didn't want to hear about that. They said, no, look at the manual. Let's not talk about the law. Look at the manual. Okay? Now, Maria Salinas. Earlier, before this even happened, and Eleazar Alejandro, you're going to see the fine man. He's a veteran. He's going to be a father. His wife is a police officer. She's expecting. Right before this, he and Maria Salinas are out and doing their thing in their district, and there's some guy walking on the street because he's just been kicked out of his house, and he's like, my girlfriend's mad at me, and I think her brothers are going to come over, and he said, I don't have a place to go. He wasn't in touch or anything, he was just out on the street, and Alejandro said, well, get in the car. Well, he said, I can't drive you to your mom's house who's in the northeast part of town, but I can take you to a store. And he takes him over there and he gets on the phone and is talking to this guy's mother in Spanish. And then he says, hey, look, I can't stick around with you because the E-tone came out. He said, there's an officer in trouble. I got to go. Okay? So Alejandro takes off. Maria Salinas has already taken off. When Alejandro gets there, you've heard about all this time, he is there for 12 minutes. 12 minutes before this shooting happened. And you're going to see he was only there for 12 minutes. Once again, an hour and a half before, if Riojas had done his job, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, I didn't even say Ramos, who they're calling as a witness. This is really interesting. Riojas, Ramos, and Salinas still all have their jobs. You're going to see on the evidence is going to show Ramos, fine officer, he does, among other things, he starts to say to Melissa Perez, she's wearing a bandana. What are you, a gang member? When he's talking to her and she's inside her house. And then he starts to use his taser to threaten to tase her dog. I'm going to tase your dog. Okay? And then he starts to say, are you a gang member? What are you on? And then he's flashing his flashlight in the living room where she is, and she starts to flash a flashlight back. And he says, mine's bigger. And then he turns to a buddy and he says, you got to find your phone where you can get it. Okay? Now, one thing I forgot to say, Salinas knew from prior experience that Melissa Perez had mental issues. Neither Salinas, Ramos, or Riojas ever told Sergeant Flores about that. And remember, Riojas didn't do his job in the first place because he didn't ED or arrest her immediately, and none of this would have happened. And throughout all of this, none of these people, none of these other officers ever told Sergeant Flores or these other gentlemen about what her condition was. As a matter of fact, when you watch the videos, those two are nosing off in the corners. They're not anywhere to be found. It's these three who show up, and they showed up because an officer was in trouble, right? I got one at gunpoint. Salinas pulls his gun on her. I'm going to shoot you. Shoot me. Right? Then the E-tone goes out. So when Mr. Harris said that she thrown the candle before, no. She threw the candle out the window and hit him after the E-tone occurred. So the E-tone was for Salinas having somebody at gunpoint. Then she throws the candle out and hits him. Now, you're also going to hear from the experts. They're experts, from the medical examiner, from their lead detective, Soto, and he's quite the trip. They walked warrants in 16 hours. There is no way that guy looked at every single body camera or all the evidence in this case. When you look at his affidavits for the warrants of arrest, a lot of the significant information is missing. Now, what you're going to find out is within 16 hours of their arrest, who was in on the decision to arrest these guys within 16 hours? These people over here. They worked in tandem with the SAPD administration to walk warrants on these three public servants within 16 hours without looking at all of the evidence. And you're going to see in Soto's affidavit, it is replete with missing information. And then, a lot of these people were afraid to talk to us. We just talked to Thompson yesterday, and he's the one who says, yeah, they didn't want to hear about hot pursuit. And these guys are going to tell you they had the right to go in, and deadly force was appropriate. This was a tragedy. There's no question about it. Okay? There is no question about it. This is one of those cases where it's, a choice between the horrible and the terrible. All right? But these men didn't wake up that morning, and when they put their clothes on and put their badge on and left their families, decided, you know what? I'm going to go get somebody tonight. You'll see that they were out there to help. Alejandro is a hostage negotiator. He was actually, about to, number one on the list to make the SWAT team. And now that I've been involved in a shooting, everybody knows they get put on administrative leave. There go my chances to get on SWAT. Okay? So he knew when he acted selflessly because his life wasn't in danger, he was doing the right thing. And remember what we talked about yesterday, the duty to prevent injury isn't just to other people, it was also to Melissa Perez. You're going to see in the 12 minutes when Alejandro's there, he is trying to talk her down. And she says, you need a warrant, you don't got a warrant. And he's like, well, what, if we went and got a warrant, would that be, okay or whatever? And she's like, no, a warrant for what? There was nothing. She committed multiple felonies, but she doesn't know what the warrants are for. Okay? She's psychotic. And remember yesterday, Mr. Lunan, when he was talking about defensive property, how you have the right to use force to defend your property. What was the main thing about it? It's got to be reasonable, right? It's got to be reasonable. I think those are contradictions in terms. For somebody in the midst of a psychotic episode to be found acting reasonably. Now, when they talk about Santos de la Rosa, that's the invalid man that was in that apartment. No one knows anything about him. No one. He died within a month. SAPD took a statement from him that's maybe 5 or 6 lines long. The chief of police who was there at the scene and gave a press conference didn't even know he was in the apartment. Okay? Alejandro, who's a hostage negotiator, says when somebody says there's this invalid man in this bed with a glass of urine right next to it with all these burning candles, he's like, we got to go in now. Right? You don't know what this woman's going to, you think all the other neighbors are going to be comfortable with SAPD just saying, you know what, we're out of here, you're on your own, and that man's on his own. And Mr. Harris talked about her family, that she had all these extra bedrooms because the family was the light of her life and she had all these kids. The evidence is going to show her children were all taken from her. Okay? And you're going to hear evidence why. Because of her psychosis, because of other issues that we'll get into. And you're going to hear about multiple acts of aggression because of that. All right? So for them to say, oh, and he has no idea, he said she had a guess. They have absolutely no idea who this man was. They didn't even know where he went after they released him that night. Okay? So, did you want to address? Okay. The last thing I want to say is, before Mr. Cifuentes comes up here for the last 5 minutes of the time I take from him, that the law permits any human being, not just these people, to stop a threat before they're stopped. Okay? So we're asking you to keep that in mind when you listen to all the evidence in this case. Thank you very much.
I want to focus at a critical point in time. You'll see it, we'll show you in the videos, we'll play it slow-mo, we'll play it regular speed, we'll play it frame by frame, however you want to look at it. What you're going to see is the critical moment in time is at 2:02:04. 2:02:04. This is when Alejandro is at the rail. And actually, he's probably this close to the window, patio window that I'm in front of the juror right now. It's a 6-foot width patio. All of our counsel have been demonstrating probably 3 times the distance when they back up. But there's no ability to back up because of the railing. And so when Alfred Flores goes over the railing, he goes over counterclockwise, and he's like this. The back of his head is to the window. And we know that because his body camera is facing away from the window. Sergeant Edwin Rivera is over here, and his line of sight is into the head of Alfred Flores and the window where at 2:02:07 Melissa Perez swings the hammer and she braces herself against the opening of the window, hits the window at 202.07. When she hits the window at 202.07, the back of Alfred Flores' head is probably 3 to 5 feet away from that window. So Eleazar Alejandro said he fired because he feared that Melissa Perez was going to throw that hammer through the window. And we told you about apparent danger and reasonable danger, and if he reasonably believed that the hammer was going to be thrown through that window at a distance of 3 to 5 feet away, you can see why he reasonably feared this hammer was going to kill his sergeant. And he fired 5 times. He missed. When she charged at the window and swung, what they didn't tell you is there's 5 or 6 body cameras that captured the red handle. Alan Young could see, he couldn't see it, but the shield that he had showed through glass that the hammer was being swung. Travis Thompson had a critical window of video that nobody looked at until November 6th, 5 months after the arrest warrant. A couple of months after Soto submitted the report to the chief of police signed off on it. Denzel looked at it, never looked at any videos. Command staff never looked at any videos. They didn't look at Travis Thompson's video, which clearly shows Melissa Perez swinging the hammer, hitting the window at 202.07. And Alfred Flores' head was 3 to 5 feet away from that hammer. Melissa Perez returned into the interior of her apartment, and then she looked at the patio window, was having her hammer, lunged forward and ran and closed the distance in a short period of time. That's when the second belt was fired. This is information that the prosecution left out. This is information that was falsified in the affidavit. We won't get into that in greater detail.
Judge, we're going to reserve our opening statement for the defense case in chief with your notice.
All right. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a short break. Are you going to say this? Make any Take a short break. All right, jury.
You're gonna go?
Yeah, let me see if I can do this.
Just be careful. Excuse me. I know. ¿Estás solita? ¿Estás solita? You're gonna laugh at it. Stay with the cat. Right. Yeah. Nice. So now we're like blue. thought it was about, I thought it was in January, they told me it was somewhere, early December. But then, I heard that they were, so I don't know if they were that, and then the after that, I remember December. Oh, no, you guys show up now, I'm not sure. I heard so much of this. I'm like trying to figure out how to narrow this down. Because there's a lot of things that were very simple. Yeah. No, I can get it.
Your package?
Well, I think I want to sought
Yeah.
No, I have to. We'll read somewhere where we can just have a little bit of it's like 11
But you got or something.
I have a little list of questions.
Fully done with the arguments? Are they fully done with the arguments? Or was that the attorney's side?
I'm feeling it, but I'm not yeah.
Do you like it?
That's what I heard. I make sure to get ready. And then the delivery time gets me. And then that's what it took.
And guys like going through that thing. And sometimes I think, and they call it police and like when we go and they don't come out so I get that like I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what to that's what
I went to my
yeah.
Yeah, got it first. Interesting, I guess. Is that where's your game? Where's your game? Oh, nice. Right next to each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
It's because the jury selection went so late. We finished at like 11:30 last night. Oh, I think that's saying.
yeah, it was.
Why not start it at 1? People could eat lunch.
Yeah.
And you're fall asleep.
They didn't start strikes till like 10 o'clock last night, like starting letting some of them go. So I think it sat like at around 11ish, and then like 11:30, he let the 12 girl, the 14 go. Long day.
design good? Is there a machine?
On the other end of the hallway, there's machines there.
Greg Matthews says we are on a standby screen right now if you need to swap batteries.
Sorry about the confusion, Mario. I thought you were saying they would stop and get out.
Well, I thought you hadn't switched batteries yet.
In fact, on the TVUs, it doesn't affect it because there's an internal battery and then the external battery. I use the external battery. So when I take out the external battery, it doesn't affect it.
All he wants is a real 5 or 6.
I sent a script and I'm still waiting on script approval.
Heroes first day here. Not doing it by choice.
They don't care. Just tell them. Hurry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, doing the review. Snack. You're already covering this the entire time, or just... Yeah. And I always ask her, just like, when did you say you get them again?
What's going down?
I just take it off the sitting.
Just like put those in your pocket for me or something. Please.
Oh, no, I think so.
Yeah, maybe. Replaced, my mics died, so I'm going to replace those. I just set channel 2 to wireless, so that's using that mic right there, so keep an eye on that. I'm going to turn right now, channel 1 is on the front mic.
Ready?
It was on. I think I did.
All right, Armenia? Hey, if you ever need a break, you just tell me and I'll give you a break. Immediately.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. As I indicated to you before, your comfort is important to me. If you need a break at any time, please let me know. All right, State, your case in chief. You can call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Ms. Linda Flores. I believe my advocate is bringing her for the witness room. Your Honor, I do apologize for the delay. I know she's down in the witness room.
That's okay.
Expecting to come in. In the witness.
You have a seat now. All right, I'm going to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, you may need to lower the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Linda Flores, Lindaflores.
All right, state.
Ma'am, how are you this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I work for the San Antonio Police Department, and I act as the custodian of records.
Okay, and as the custodian of records, if you just briefly describe what your duties are.
I provide police records, anything from police reports to digital media evidence.
And specifically the digital media evidence, does that also include officer body cam?
Yes, it does.
From your knowledge, the officer body cam, the SAPD officers wear their body cams and the events they record, is that conducted in the normal course of business for the San Antonio Police Department, executed by and through its officers?
Yes.
And the items that are recorded on that body cam footage, does it reflect something that those officers saw at or near the time the events recorded actually took place?
Yes.
Are the originals, the download of those body cams, are those retained on the servers of the San Antonio Police Department pursuant with your evidence retention policies?
Yes.
Did my office call you and ask you to bring downloaded DVDs of body cam footages for SAPD officers Alfred Flores, Eleazar Alejandro, and Nathaniel Villalobos?
Yes.
For SAPD case number 2023-137-586, which took place on or about June 23rd of 2023?
Yes.
And did you bring those recordings with you to the courthouse today?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then for completeness, I will simply mark Defendant Flores's as State's Exhibit 1. Defendant Alejandro as State's Exhibit 2. And Defendant Villalobos as State's Exhibit 3.
All right, there be no objections. State's Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted.
Judge, under the rule of optional completeness, we would ask that the body cameras of Jacob Barcenas, Andrew Turnak, Vince Gomez, Andrew Lamb, Ricardo Neri, Robert Ramos, Edwin Rivera, Matthew Robinson, Jesus Rojas, Jonathan Salinas, Maria Salinas, Travis Thompson, and Dallin Young, and then I have more. Mark Alfaro, Lucas Andrade, Landon Day, Hector Figueroa, Bruce Holston, John Rodriguez, Eric Rubio, Victor Sierra, and Steven Solano. He included. And I believe that Detective Ronald Soto has body worn cameras as well. And pursuant to optional completeness, we would also ask that the relevant Axon audit trails for all of those body cameras be admitted. And the user Axon audit trails for the Chief of Police, Deputy Chief, Assistant Chief Fox, Captain Van Geffen, Lieutenant Frisky, and Galindo Villanueva, and also be included.
Response?
First, I would object under counsel's theory of the rule of optional completeness that the only exhibits state tends to mark is those of defendants, and they, as Ms. Flores has testified, they are complete. Additional exhibits, which may come in through another witness, I'm not objecting that we all want to see it. I'm just simply saying that counsel during the optional completeness is inapplicable. Additionally, that may be counsel's case, which we will have time to do, but that's not what the state's case is at this point in time. I would like to further develop my examination of this witness with a few more questions.
Well, Your Honor, under the rule of optional completeness, the remainder of related writings or recorded statements can be introduced. And all of the body cameras and all of the writings are related to these three videos because it's the same incident. And we know it's the same incident because the state provided us the body cameras and they provided us the audit trails. And as officers of the court, we're representing that those body cameras and those audit trails do relate to the same incident. And the purpose of optional completeness is to make sure that the recording is not misleading, because the conduct of the officers is captured on other people's videos as well. So it has to be introduced.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Since this witness is a witness that would obviously, I think they would stipulate, provide the same predicate for all of those body cameras, can we at least just have a stipulation so we don't have to call her back every time we want to introduce any of these things, if you guys agree to that?
And Your Honor, that's precisely where I thought I would go with my follow-on questions. They may actually come in at the appropriate time with other witnesses, but as counsel would open the door, if I could complete my questioning, I think that may resolve.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, along with the records and documents that are kept by the San Antonio Police Department, to your knowledge, does every SAPD call have an accompanying document called an incident detail report?
Yes.
And from your knowledge, does the incident detail report reflect every officer that is dispatched to a particular call and
Yes.
assigned to it? And is the incident detail report also a record that you keep?
Yes.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Flores, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification. What is State's Exhibit 4 for identification?
It's an incident detail report.
And is it the incident detail report for SAPD case number 2023-137586?
Yes.
And I'm going to flip over to the back of the first page. And do you see a listing of police officers by unit assignment? Does that page reflect the officers in totality that are assigned to this particular case?
Yes, it does.
And if counsel will give me a little leeway, I would presume that every one of these officers, you heard the names, Rojas, Andrade, Alfaro, etc., down through Rubio, Flores, I even see Chief McManus's name. Does this incident detail report correctly and accurately reflect all the names that were assigned to this case as counsel asked you on cross-examination?
Yes.
Do you have body cam footage for any of these officers on this incident detail report? Is it also stored on the servers of the San Antonio Police Department as you have described being that of the defendants?
Yes.
Have you provided those body cam footages with a certified business record affidavit that you provided to my office sometime in the summer of 2023 when this case was filed?
Yes.
Did you also provide 911 audio recordings?
Yes.
Did you also provide vehicle camera footage as we had it?
Yes.
Did the filings on the servers of the San Antonio Police Department related to this case, did it also include evidence, pictures taken by evidence technicians, evidence from the medical examiner's office, etc.?
Yes.
All of that has been provided under your authentication as being true and accurate
That
for
is.
this call, correct?
That's correct.
And we could repeat this process for each and every individual place of that thing, but you've given it to me and you can't say this. We've done our best to provide to them, and it's accurate. If the parties can agree, I think we don't have to, we can force using what we've both got. I think we don't have to bring Ms. Flores back every time.
Okay. The only additional thing is that if you could just ask everything that Mr. Cifuentes said, I think is the issue.
Now, you guys have an opportunity to cross as well, just so you know.
Sure. Yes, sir.
That way, if you want to clean that up, you're welcome to do that.
And with that, Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
Ms. Flores, hi.
Hi.
My name's Jason Goss, and so did you hear Mr. Cifuentes read out that list?
Yes.
And he included some other things, you know, that like the axon and the nose trail. Would you also be the custodian for those things?
That's correct.
Okay, so everything that we talked about, including all the 911 calls for this case, including all the IDRs and everything Mr. Cifuentes said, you would be the custodian of records and could testify that those were true, accurate, kept in the regular course of business and all of that for all those things.
Yes.
I'll pass.
All right. First of all, did you take the required TCOL course on digital media in order to be custodian of records?
Yes.
Okay. Describe the TCOL course and why you have to take that course.
I took this, it's CJS course
just so that I could have access to the records.
All right, and why is it important to have education and training on access to these types of records?
To understand the security of the records.
All right, and tell us what the importance of security is.
Because evidence cannot be shared on active criminal cases.
All right, and does the city of San Antonio have a computer user policy that prohibits one employee from sharing a login with another employee?
Correct, yes.
Right, and so is that prohibited to share access on Axon? You have to be able to look at an Axon video, body camera video, you have to log in with a username and a password, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so it's prohibited by city policy to look on someone else's computer with their log-on videos, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And if you're going to watch a video with someone else, you're required to notate in the audit trails that you're watching the videos with someone else on their computer, correct?
I note all use, so yes, I would say that's correct.
All right. And so the reason you want to notate that is so that way you assure the security that you talked about, right?
Yes.
And so you're taught that if you fail to notate or log that you watched with someone else, it didn't happen, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you didn't log or notate and then later on you say, oh, well, I watched it on someone else's camera, that's no good, is it?
No.
All right. And that's not believable, is it?
No.
And that's not acceptable in the San Antonio Police Department, is it?
No.
All right. So did you bring the user audit trails for the chief of police, the assistant chief, Karen Fox at the time, I believe it was Deputy Chief Hector Salas, Captain Van Geffen's user audit trail, Lieutenant Frisky's user audit trail, and Sergeant Galindo's user audit trail for this incident?
No.
Okay, you did not bring it?
No, the audit trail is specific to the case, not the users.
Okay. Would you agree that the Axon system has a user audit trail so you can see whether Chief McManus ever looked at any of these videos? You agree that's possible, right?
Yes.
Did you bring that user audit trail?
No, sir.
All right. So you have no knowledge whether he ever looked at the videos?
No, I do not have knowledge.
All right. So if I told you that the Chief of Police, Assistant Chief Karen Fox, Deputy Chief Hector Salas, Captain Van Geffen, Lieutenant Frisky, and Sergeant Galindo in the month of August 2023, 23, reviewed a prosecution guide of Ronald Soto, would you be able to provide a user audit trail to see if those individuals ever looked at any of the videos referenced in Ronald Soto's prosecution guide?
Yes.
All right. And also, in the Axon audit trail, are you familiar with the term buffered, access, constraint?
No.
Okay. So if I were to represent to you that streamed means that you're actually viewing the video and that there's a timestamp and we can see how long someone viewed the video, you would agree that's true?
Yes.
So if there are 15 videos that are over an hour long apiece, if we were to go to the Axon audit trail, we could see whether Detective Soto actually viewed any of the videos or all of the videos.
Yes.
And if his name does not appear on an audit trail for a particular officer's body camera, if he represented that he looked at all available digital media and his name isn't on a user audit trail, would you agree that a representation that he looked at everything would be untrue?
Yes.
All right. And we could see from the user audit trail whether not only did he look at everything, but how long he looked at it. So if a video is over an hour long and he only streamed it for a few minutes, we know that he didn't look at the entire video, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the continuation of this line of questioning. Ms. Flores, in her capacity as the custodian, she keeps it. She is not the individual user of each and every portion of medium, nor is, I would seriously doubt, she would be the person to comment on the chief of police's viewing habits. She's the wrong witness for it. Hers is assuring that the data is kept in the normal course of business of the San Antonio Police Department, that the original materials that these are representations of are retained within the San Antonio Police Department for the retention policies, and that the copies she has turned over to the court and marked are accurate to what's in her servers. But everything else, to agree on individuals did or did not use, she's not the sponsor of it, only of the documentation.
Are you through? If you're through,
For
I would
now.
like to respond.
For now.
All right, you can respond.
My response is this: we're not in the federal courts. The scope of cross can go beyond direct. This is relevant information. She has indicated that she possesses the expertise and knowledge to answer these questions, and these questions are certainly relevant to the issue as to whether the San Antonio Police Department conducted an adequate, complete, fair, and full investigation. And if they did not conduct a complete, full, fair investigation, then that goes to the issue of reasonable doubt. And I would ask if any of my colleagues would join in my representation as to why this is relevant.
And Judge, she testified she does this. I mean, so she's the one, she's the custodian of record. You can't have her bring in some evidence but not talk about how that evidence is maintained. She knows how it's maintained. She answered the questions that she knows what the audit trail means and doesn't mean. I know it's uncomfortable for the government, but she's the proper witness to answer those questions, and they can bring a witness to give context to that later on. So this is a weight, not admissibility issue, and that she obviously can testify to that.
And the scope, as counsel Mr. Cifuentes said, that exceeds the scope of my case, and the idea of the investigation is not the issue before this jury. The issue before this jury is whether or not there is evidence to prove the defendants caused the death of Melissa Perez with legal justification or not. Not the investigation or when someone dotted an I, crossed the T, filed a paper.
Judge, I can't believe a felony prosecutor is saying that. To be honest with you, you should be ashamed of yourself. Of course their investigation is that issue here.
I'm worried about my
Hold on a
shit.
second.
They don't handle yours.
Hold on.
Don't act like the tough guy here.
What are you?
So all I'm saying, Judge,
Okay,
all I'm saying,
hold on. So that when the court says hold on, that means everybody holds on, right? I understand emotions and everything else. So let me just say this, I'm gonna rule. The question to this witness was whether or not the video being over an hour long and somebody screaming it for only a few minutes, that she would then know that that person didn't look at the entire video. That was a question. I'm gonna sustain that objection at this time, and you're welcome to rephrase if you need to, counsel.
All right. Let me re-ask this. If the system shows that they streamed the video for 2 minutes and stopped, and they didn't stream an hour-long video more than the 2 minutes they streamed it, in your opinion, would that be sufficient evidence in your mind that they viewed the entire video?
Objection, her opinion is not relevant to this issue.
I'll overrule.
So the purpose of the audit trail is to document its usage.
Okay. And if someone said that they only used it for 2 minutes by streaming it, and it's an hour-long video, would your opinion be that they only viewed the video for 2 minutes, or that they viewed the video for the full hour?
The length of time the video was viewed will be documented in the audit trail.
All right, so if it wasn't viewed for a full hour, then your opinion would be that if it's an hour-long video, that they didn't view the video for the full hour, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the audit trail also indicates when someone first viewed the video, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said you didn't bring any audit trails?
No, sir.
Oh, let me ask you about IDRs. Since we're talking about evidence that you're sponsoring, you indicated that the IDRs, the incident detail report, which is often called the Q card, documents everybody assigned at the call, correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of the IDR in this case in front of you?
I just brought the first few pages.
For a few pages?
Yes, just so I could tell the case number and the officers assigned.
Okay, so you were asked about William McManus's, call number, which was 001. Do you have enough of that IDR?
Yes,
Okay, you have the entire IDR or just parts of it?
just the first few pages to indicate the date, the case number, and the list of officers assigned.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it. If I may approach the witness.
Yes.
And may I have permission to stand by the witness while I ask questions?
Yes.
And it was Ms. Flores?
Yes.
Ms. Flores, if I could give this to the court reporter first. I'm representing to you that defendant's exhibit number 1 is the IDR that the state provided to us in discovery. Can you look through that and see if that, with the exception of the bar number that's in the watermark on each page, is that a true and correct copy of the IDR?
Yes, sir.
All right. So can you look through that IDR and tell us the time of arrival of Chief William McManus?
So 0308.
0308. So at 3:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And does the IDR also tell us when he left?
The complete time is 10:37.
So what does that mean?
Mm-hmm. I couldn't tell you exactly. You'd probably need a communications dispatcher to tell you for sure.
Okay. Is there a timestamp that tells us the time of departure for William McManus?
I do not see it. Arrived and complete. No, I don't see it.
All right, so if we see the time of departure, would you agree that it indicates the assignment time, the en route time, the arrival time, and the delay available complete? Those are
Yes.
the times.
Yes.
All right. So can you tell us, based upon that, what the time is for William McManus? Tell us the time for each category.
Bill McManus. So, assigned is 2:54, en route 2:54, arrived 03:08, and complete is 04:05.
0405. So, to your knowledge, does that represent that he was on scene for approximately 1 hour?
Yes, sir.
All right. We would offer defendant's exhibit number 1 at this time. I'm assuming counsel already has a copy, but if not, I'll tender it to him.
No objections to defense one.
All right, it's admitted.
All right. Let's go through some of the details on this key card. I'm showing you a column on page 3 of 6, and it has a bold heading that calls comments. Do you know what that column, the purpose of that column is?
Usually it's the comments made on the 911 call.
Okay, so who enters that information?
Dispatchers.
Okay, so it appears, tell me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at a time of 23:32 of a date of 6/22/2023. That seems to be the first entry in the comments section. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, before you read this, the dispatcher, the 911 clerk, receives information from a citizen and then enters the information that's related to the dispatcher or 911 clerk, correct?
Correct.
All right, can you read this first entry from this line to this line?
Address 6200 Old Pearsall Road, Building 2, Rosemont at Miller's Pond Apartments. Medium location per E36 POC for maintenance department at this complex is Kenji Uno and can be reached at 210-803-3244. C advised Latin female, white bandana, white muscle shirt, and blue jeans, cut fire alarm wire, and saying she owns all complex. No weapons, possible intox. C states SP arguing with other tenants in complex. SP lives apartment 3102. C advised SP cut fire alarm wire in building 2 and alarm is going off.
All right, thank you so much. Now, Ms. Flores, Let's go back to the first page of Defendant's Exhibit 1. When it says alarm level, what does it say here on this page?
Disturbance.
And when it says response plan, what does it say?
Response plan. 6340 routine.
All right. Now, are you aware that there are different levels of response by the San Antonio Police Department that are indicated on a IDR or incident detail report?
Yes.
And are they categorized according to urgency?
Yes.
And the response plan, is there a thing called mental health in progress?
Yes.
All right. And so is a mental health in progress something that the dispatcher can enter so that everyone responding to this call would know that the police officers on scene are dealing with someone with a mental health issue?
Yes.
All right, and that's required by policy to upgrade the IDR, that the dispatcher must upgrade the IDR, or the officer on scene who recognizes a mental health problem, notify the dispatcher, so the dispatcher can upgrade the IDR.
I do not know.
Okay, well, fair enough, but would you agree that there's no indication, and it looks like there's 26 pages here, is there any indication on those 26 pages that Officer Rojas, Ramos, or Salinas notified the dispatcher to upgrade this call to a mental health in progress?
I don't know. I'd have to go through everything and look.
So let me see if we can save each other some time. Would you agree with me that if they had notified someone that the response plan would say mental health in progress?
Yes, if that was the initial report on the call, I believe that's when it's updated.
Okay, and they could update it at any time, right?
Yes.
And if they updated it, it would be on this document, right?
Correct.
And if a disturbance is a low priority call, correct?
Yes.
All right. But a mental health call is a higher priority call, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what MedCom is?
No, I do not.
Can you look through the dispatch log whether MedCom was ever added to the call?
I mean, thought I read it. I would have to read this whole thing.
Well,
I do not know off the top of my head. I'd have to read everything.
Okay.
So I can testify that the record is true and correct. I don't read and I don't evaluate everything before I come to court. I can just testify it's a correct copy.
That's fair. That's fair, and I understand that. But did the prosecutors ever ask you to look through this to see if MedCom was added to the call at any time?
Did they ask me? No.
Okay. And if adding MedCom to the call was something that's relevant to this case, would you have wanted to be aware of that so you could search?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, Ms. Flores is just the keeper of the record. She does not generate the input which the records document. The question specifically asks whether or not it would be, that information would be something she would be interested to search for.
No.
She's not the searcher of it. She is the keeper of the documentation. She does not input it.
Counsel misunderstands my question. My question is, did the prosecution ever ask her to look whether MedCom was in this record? That's different from whether...
But the question was, and if adding MedCom to the call was something that's relevant to this case, would you have wanted to be aware of that so you could search? Oh, sustain the objection.
Did the prosecution ever ask you to look for MedCom on this document?
No.
All right. Honors, that we had initially requested under the rule of optional completeness to be admitted, and we're also asking for all the body-worn camera audit trails that the state has provided to us be admitted, and we can put those together as a group exhibit at a later time and have them admitted.
Okay. Any response to that at all?
I believe he also previously stipulated that they were missing.
I'm thinking about the mechanics thereof, Your Honor. This is all information that's already provided to the parties. Ms. Flores has already testified that it was authentic what she provided us, which I gave the defense. I think it would be a waste of her time to ask her to reproduce in hard form media all that information again. I think we may be able just to agree to put it out there on, but I want to make sure I'm understanding. We're saying that all of it that you asked for is admitted, everything.
I want to be absolutely clear that every permutation of an audit trail, including a user audit trail, with specific people, including the chief of police, the assistant chief, the deputy chief, Van Geffen, Captain Van Geffen, Lieutenant Christie, and Sergeant Galindo Villanueva be admitted on this case.
And my question was as to the media and how we bring it to the court for admissibility. Do we want to use digital, or do you want to produce individual discs of every body cam and those audit
I will
trails?
print out the PDF files that were produced to us digitally and have the hard copies admitted as an exhibit, and I'd ask that a sticker be reserved for defendant's exhibit number 2.
And with that, Your Honor, as I'm trying not to put the burden on Ms. Flores to produce all of that again herself, when the custom now is that it is moved between the parties digitally. That's the only basis of my question, and if counsel produces it, and it looks like what we've given him, the state will agree. And it's my understanding that all of it, everybody can, because both sides want all of it admitted.
So, to make sure that there's no misunderstanding and no doubt, we will ask that the hard copy be marked 2A and the digital copy in a thumb drive be marked 2B. And if, for whatever reason, the state disagrees with the hard copy, we'll agree that 2B, the digital version, controls.
And Your Honor, and again, I'm not trying to be obstructionist, and it sounds like we have an agreement in concept and spirit, and once we have it produced, both sides look at it, I'm sure the state will agree.
All right, that sounds good.
Pass the witness.
Madam Personal Witness Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Flores.
Hi.
My name is Tom Nisbet. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
I just want to ask you a few questions about this Defense Exhibit 1 that we were just talking about, okay?
Okay.
I think we know, but the jury doesn't know, so I just want to tell them, when you were reading these sections here, like C, advised, female, white bandana, what does C stand for?
Complainant.
Okay, that's the person who's calling on the 911 call to make that complaint?
Yes.
Okay, and then that acronym SP, okay? C states SP is arguing with other tenants in the complex. What does SP stand for?
Suspect.
Okay, so the person on the phone call is the caller or the complainant, and then the SP that they're referring to with that behavior is the suspect.
That's correct.
All right. Here on the first page, does Defense Exhibit 1 show who the C or the caller was?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is it right here next to caller name?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that name?
Marianne.
Okay, and if I told you that's Marianne Delgado, would her 911 call have been kept in the same course of regular business that the predicate the state laid and we agreed to earlier?
Yes.
Objection to the question as counsel read it. The name on the IDR lists Marianne. There is no Delgado. Outside scope again is she didn't take the call. She only preserves the document after the call is taken.
Oh, you can rephrase.
Okay, the caller's name is Marianne.
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what has been marked as it's kind of like Gilligan's Island. Remember Marianne on that one? Okay, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 3, and I'm going to tell you that's a flash drive, and it has a 911 call from Marianne from this incident on the night in question, okay? The
Okay.
first question I have for you is, did you bring with you, at the state's request, any of the 911 calls from that night?
No.
Okay. If you keep and maintain those 911 calls in the regular course of business, that would be the 911 call that pertains to this call on the night in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Well, I'll just ask the question, Judge. They provided the 911 call in discovery. It doesn't look like they're offering it. I put it on this flash drive. I'd like to offer it. This witness lays the predicate. She needs to listen to it to authenticate it or something. We could do that outside the presence of the jury, but in the name of judicial efficiency, or if the state wants to listen to it, that's fine too. This is Marianne's 911 call. I want the jury to listen to it, and I'd like to admit it into evidence. I'm just trying to make this quick.
Which, Your Honor, again, this is a follow-on with what we've already agreed to with counsel, Mr. Cifuentes. I am sure we may very well get there. All I'm saying is, Ms. Flores can testify to the authenticity of what she maintains, not something someone else hands her. And so it's improper to do it with this witness. I think if we had the time for the agreement we reached, all sides would be happy because ultimately we want the evidence in.
All right, so this flash drive contains the same information that you've already agreed to with the other counsel.
And it may, I'm simply saying this witness is not the proper witness to try to authenticate it and publish it. We just spent a lot of time asking for all of this stuff. Once we can get it and mark it, it'll be into the court and both parties can use it. But to do all of this with just the keeper of the records is improper. It is asking her to comment on something she didn't create, doesn't know where it came from. So, all I'm saying.
Judge, my response is they asked her to mark these records she keeps in the regular course of business and admit them into evidence. This is the exact same. It just has a blue sticker on it, and that's apparently a big issue now. I'm asking for the same predicate and the same treatment. She can listen to it if she wants. The state can listen to it if they want. But this is the call that she maintains in the regular course of business. Once that hurdle is authenticated, it can be admitted in the exact same way these ones were, and that's what I would like to do.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Specifically, when I ordered this witness, I asked her, did I ask you to make copies of these body camera footage and bring them to court today? And she said, yes, these are the ones that I recorded. That is different from what counsel is walking up to her and handling her. I am not impugning anybody's credibility. I am simply saying her knowledge is limited to what she maintains. She's already testified. She provided it to my office. Counsel has raised that we gave it to them. She's improper for what Mr. Nesbitt is trying to do now. That's my only objection. She's not the witness to authenticate what he has.
All right, so I understand I understand the objection related to the authentication issue. However, if she can authenticate it after viewing it, or observing it, or listening to it, whatever the case may be, then I'll allow that. So do we need to let the jury out of the courtroom, or?
Another question. I have one other.
No, because I didn't listen.
If I may take the witness on voir dire.
Yes.
Well, Judge, he doesn't need to. She's not going to be able to authenticate the contents of that. I guess I'm just missing the nexus here. If we're accepting the testimony that the records she gave the state are the records she maintains, and Mr. Harris, as an officer of the court, is now representing to the court the records they then gave us in discovery are the same records she just testified she keeps and maintains. What am I missing here, right? If I just then put it onto a small plastic stick to put it in the same as those discs, what is different? Unless I'm being accused of doing a switcheroo on what's on this, and that's why I'm saying the state can listen to it if they want. I just want to put that 911 call in.
Your Honor, the difference is she testified to the court of what she personally did, what she personally produced and intended to the court.
It's for judicial efficiency. I recognize what Mr. Harris is saying, but because I didn't get that chance to say, can you please bring Mary Ann's call too, please? I'm trying to do this for judicial efficiency. The predicate is there. It's the same as those discs. It's just the color of the sticker is different.
All right, so if the state wants, we could have this witness return early in this trial to produce what counsel's requesting, or we can figure out some other way.
Well, and again, Your Honor, I believe we've already covered that. These parties can get together on the existing evidence as Mr. Cifuentes raised, and we will mark it all, then we will have it. But again, Ms. Flores is not the individual keeper of everything. She is the authenticator of it. That is my only.
Okay, so then we all agreed to have the same agreement that you had with Mr. Cifuentes.
Yes, Judge, I'm simply now asking for the time to actually bring it into fruition.
Yes.
So we can.
Okay, then I will allow that.
Okay. Okay, and just going back here, just to go back to our C's and SP's. C, that's the caller. What's ADV mean? Is it advises?
I would think so, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. C, ADV advises. SP, cut fire alarm wire in building 2, an alarm is going off. That's what that reads?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, we're going to offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
It's already.
Oh, it's already admitted? Okay, Judge. Then we'd ask to publish it to the jury.
You can do that.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
I have no further questions, Ms. Flores.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, has the rule been explained to you?
I'm sorry?
The rule has been invoked. You know what that means?
No.
It means you're not allowed to talk to anybody else about your testimony in this
Okay.
case, other than the lawyers, until we know that you're no longer going to be a part of the trial.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, just to note, we might be here subject to recall.
All right, so you are subject to recall.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody okay on the jury? State, you can call your next witness.
The state calls Captain Christopher Hudson.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may need to adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Christopher Hudson. It's CHRISTOPHER HUDSON. I'm a captain with San Antonio Fire Department.
All right, state.
Captain Hudson, how long have you worked with San Antonio Fire Department?
For 20 years.
And what's your current role with San Antonio Fire Department?
Right now I'm in an admin role. I help, I'm the workers' comp captain. I help our employees that are injured on the job get through their claims.
And so I want to take you back to June 22nd going into June 23rd of 2023. What was your role back then?
I was a lieutenant in the field in fire, and on that night I was at Engine 36.
And I want to talk a little bit about your training in becoming a San Antonio firefighter. What type of training did you receive?
We went through a 6-month academy. We learned everything from pumping water, different hoses, different types of fires. We had a 6-week EMT basic course during the academy. Just everything related to firefighting.
And on the night of June 22nd going into June 23rd of 2023, what type of shift were you working?
I was working the overtime shift that day, so on the 21st I worked my regular shift at Station 8. I got off the morning of the 22nd and I went to Engine 36 to work 24 more hours, so I was on a 48-hour shift.
And Engine 36, where was that station located?
It's over on Ray Ellison, just inside of 410.
And on what side of town, just for those unfamiliar with that same?
Southwest side.
And is that station located within Bear County?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask, so whenever you respond to calls from that station, what's your range? What calls are you responding to within a certain area?
What types of calls?
Sure.
Everything, medical calls, smoke investigations, any kind of fires, dumpster fires, car fires, house fires, site calls, person down, you name it. Somebody calls 911 for anything medical or fire related, we go.
And in the late hours of June 22nd of 2023, did you respond to a call at the Rosemont Apartments?
Yes, sir.
And are the Rosemont Apartments, are those located in Bear County?
Yes, sir.
And around what time did you arrive at those apartments?
Around 11:30.
And what was the call for?
It was for a fire alarm. And it was for a fire alarm, and the notes. Yeah, it said white tank top, blue jeans, and a white bandana.
And when you arrived at the apartments, did you see anyone matching that description immediately upon arrival?
No, sir, not initially.
Were people out around the parking?
Yeah, people had evacuated the building. Probably 20 to 30 people, I guess.
And when you arrived at the apartments, was the alarm still going?
Yes, sir.
What was involved with the alarm? Just describe for the jury.
Just a typical fire alarm. I mean, it's real loud and it's intermittent bursts of noise. I don't know.
And when you respond to a call, typically for an alarm going off, what steps do you take as a firefighter?
First, make sure there is no smoke or fire. Right, we usually send a guy around. Like this was an apartment building, so send somebody around to look for any smoke or fire. We weren't too concerned about this one, but you still do it because we had the note saying somebody was cutting the alarms, and we go check the panel. The panel will tell us usually what zone it is, or if it's a smoke detector, what room. So we did that.
And when you went to the panel, did you notice anything about the panel?
Yeah, well, you could tell that the wires had been cut or pulled out or had been tampered with.
Were you able to stop the alarm?
We were able to silence the alarm, but we couldn't reset the panel because of the wires being tampered with.
Responding to an apartment complex, did you attempt to contact anyone at the apartment complex?
Yeah, I called after we got there and I checked out the panel. And we silenced it. I called the on our notes that we have on the way to the run. It has the apartment like a building maintenance guy usually, and they did have one this time, so I called him. He initially didn't answer, so I called the number of the fire alarm company that's on the panel, and they answered and let them know what was going on.
And did you end up reporting what you had seen to the San Antonio Police Department?
Yeah, I called PD on I called our dispatch on the radio, fire's dispatch, and had them add PD for the vandalism.
And did you wait for SAPD to show up at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And how long did it take the San Antonio Police Department to arrive?
Approximately 45 minutes.
And while you were waiting for the San Antonio Police Department to arrive, did you end up speaking to anyone at the apartment complex?
Yes, we were sitting in the cab waiting for PD, and we saw, well, one of my guys saw a lady matching that description run out with a dog. So I tried to get a picture of her with the city cell phone, but she ran away too fast. It was dark, so when she came back, I tried to get another picture, but I couldn't initially.
Did you end up speaking with her?
Yes, sir. So I got out, and the notes had said that, or a bystander told me that she claimed to own the building. So I used that as a conversation starter. I got out and asked her if she owned the building. She said she did, and I asked her if she was working on the fire alarm panel, and then that's when she started admitting to cutting the wires.
And now, when you're approaching her, did she have any sort of weapon in her possession that you could see?
Not that I could see, no.
And while you were speaking with her, did she ever display a weapon?
No, sir.
Did she ever threaten you?
No, sir.
And how many other firefighters were there with you?
3 others.
And did all of you get down and talk to her?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you spoke with her, what was her demeanor?
She was talkative. She was very open about what she did. She was a little delusional. She did it because she thought somebody was spying on her through the alarm system, but she was willing to talk about it. She would get a little agitated from time to time. When she did, she had her dog with her, and I would ask her about her dog, and she would calm down, start talking about her dog, but it kind of went like that, where she would work herself up. I'd calm her down. She'd work herself up, calm her down, but pretty, friendly conversation the whole time.
And again, you've been a firefighter for 20 years?
Yes, sir.
20 plus?
In this department, yes.
So, you've had to respond to mental health calls?
Yep.
Frequently or not so frequently?
We get calls for psychs pretty frequently. A lot of times we get calls for other things that turn into, I'm not calling them psychs, that's just what they're labeled as our problem type. So sometimes we'll get the regular calls for, say, a diabetic. It ends up being a psych call as well. But yeah, pretty regularly.
Now, you're not a trained psychiatrist, are you?
No, sir.
So you can't diagnose anyone with any sort of mental illness?
No, sir.
But you can make observations.
Right.
And you described to the jury, what did this woman talk about whenever you were speaking with her?
She talked about, like I said, the fire alarm, being spied on through the fire alarm by the FBI. She also said she worked for the FBI. She said she worked for the cartel. She said she was Elvis Presley's daughter. She said she had been drugged. A few years before this incident, she had been drugged by somebody and kept unconscious for months. And she thought she had been impregnated and gave birth, but she wasn't sure. And then she, talked about her family, like I said, but she was kind of all over the place.
And was this the first time you'd ever spoken with this woman?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever end up telling you her name?
I can't remember if I knew her name that night, or I probably did, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Fair enough. Now, SAPD arrived at the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many officers initially arrived?
Initially, I believe it was just one car right off the bat. One officer.
Did you end up speaking to that officer?
Yes.
And did you briefly describe maybe your experience with this woman?
Yeah, I just said that she seemed to be having some psychiatric issues, or she was under the influence maybe, or both. I wasn't sure. Because she had told me in her past, she had had psych issues and had drug issues. So.
And now you were able to speak with her again for quite a bit of time.
Right, about 45 minutes.
And now, as a part of your training as a paramedic and as a firefighter, do you have to make observations about people?
Yeah.
What sort of observations do you make?
We try to assess their, we call it A&O, their alert and orientation. So she didn't seem to be a threat to me, right? She knew where she was. Like person, place, time, and event are the 4 things we look for. Like she knew who she was. She knew where she was at. She knew. I don't remember the exact question I asked her, but I usually ask, you know, what day of the week it is or what year it is. So she knew what time it was, and she knew the event. She knew why we were there and what she was doing.
And so, is there a sort of scale that you have whenever talking about those observations?
No, you could be alert and oriented 0 if you don't know anything, and that's a problem. You know, she was all 4. Obviously, she had some delusions, but that I thought were delusions. But no, I don't know. What are you asking?
So was she alert and able to communicate?
She was, yeah.
Okay. And again, you told all this to the San Antonio, or you at least told as much as you could to the police officer. Is that correct?
I think all I mentioned was about the, like I said, that she was having some psych issues and possibly an influence or both, and then I let them know about the panel, the fire alarm panel.
Did you end up showing him the panel?
I did, yeah.
And were you present whenever the officer began to speak with Ms. Wood?
Yes.
And you had reported video of what she had said earlier, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you record that video?
Just in case, just to get her on tape admitting that she had cut the alarm panel. I mean, I thought it was just going to be a simple vandalism call. I initially took a couple pictures of her with the phone in case she ran off, because like I said, I'd never met her, I don't know her. She admitted to me about cutting the wires, so I kind of started the video and asked her, okay, so, you know, I kind of let her into it again, like, so what were you saying you did? You know, just to get her to admit it.
Now, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit number 4.
Do you know what this is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's
5. Sorry. Thank you. States 5. Oh, what is States 5?
This is the video that I recorded with the phone.
And
Judge, just to say, we agree that it should be admitted, and we'll still admit it.
All right, you moving to admit it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And so you've taken a time to watch, you were the one that recorded the video on this disc, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have a second just to deal with that audio issue?
Yes.
Would we be able to do that outside the presence of the jury? Your Honor, does that mean we need to come down and figure out?
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a quick break. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All right for the jury? Monitors, Your Honor? Okay.
Is this yours?
bother you? Let me see if I move it.
No, I just moved it.
Oh, to the side, right? Oh, you just
My
moved
tie
it.
hit it.
Okay.
It started staticking, so I didn't know if it was.
Even right there would help.
I'm good. How are you?
You were lieutenant at the time, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been captain now?
A little over a year.
Christian, good to meet you.
You too.
Nice. So you were a firefighter here. You said 20 years. Were you elsewhere before?
Yeah, Air Force and the Civil Service on base.
Is that how you came to San Antonio, Lackland?
No. Me and a guy were stationed together in California. His wife got stationed at Wolford Hall. I separated. And then he came here and he got a job on the base here.
Yeah.
At Kelly Air Force Base when it was open in the fire department. And he called me and I was delivering pizzas. So he's like, hey, you want to be a fireman? You want your old job back?
Yeah.
I moved out here.
From California to San Antonio.
Yeah.
How do you like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
Been here 30 years now, I guess.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool. So are you enjoying the new, I guess you have a more administrative role now?
Yeah, I am. I get more sleep.
Better hours?
Yeah. I just, the shift work takes it out of you.
I'm sure it does. Yeah.
Not sleeping.
One, and were you all stationed 36?
I wasn't. I was just overtime there. I was.
Okay.
I was at 8s on the west side and then 9s on the east side.
So this one is it 36? This one?
Yeah.
This one's more like southwest, like
Yeah.
Five Palms kind of area.
Yeah.
It gets pretty busy down there.
Yeah, they have a lot of grass fires down there.
Because it's like
a lot of open
residential
area.
and then rural and then residential and then rural, right? It's still
They got
kind
a
of
lot
underdeveloped.
of bad wrecks right there on 410 in that area.
Not drunk drivers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I live at like 410 and 90 and 1604.
Oh yeah.
So that Amber Creek, it's like
Big
right.
countries up there.
Oh yeah.
That one's like
the country is busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they built that new fire station out there, the ESD.
Yeah,
it's not a safety.
It's funny. It's a little neighborhood. It's Bear County. It's not city.
So me too. So if I'm 90, and then it's 410, and then 1604. We're right on the frontage road, and so the houses that touch 90 are city. I guess because they touch the highway. I don't know.
Yeah.
So just that row of houses. Everybody else were county, unincorporated, which is not my favorite. But that's what they voted for because they had us up for annexation, but they changed the law to where everyone's got to agree now if you want to be annexed.
Yeah.
So
My
my neighbors.
We're right at Ralph Fair and I-10. One side of the road is Bear County. The other side is still Bear County, one city.
Yeah.
The other side of the road
Unincorporated. Yeah.
And they were gonna annex us because of Camp Bullis, but then something happened and they didn't.
I guess it's better for taxes. I do miss some of the
I
services.
still have to pay taxes. I
But
mean,
it's not
city
as high,
taxes,
right?
like-
City taxes are higher though, right?
Well, I still have to pay city taxes for, well, maybe not out of my stuff, but my wife has a business out of the house. And we have for sales and use tax, we're still paying San Antonio MTA, schools.
What does your wife do?
Just hair and makeup, like vintage hair and makeup.
Yeah, that's cool. So like, for like people doing like photo shoots and stuff. That's neat. That's cool. Well, nice. Well, hopefully we'll get you off today. You'll have to come back Monday.
Yeah, well, yeah, they told
The
me.
way it's going.
Come at 10:30, we'll start at 11.
Oh my God.
Then I heard it was noon, and then
This is a
I've been in that
theme.
room for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, this is a theme for, I mean, we were here yesterday. I'm sure they told you until 11.
Yeah.
Picking up the jury.
Yeah, they texted me 11:30.
Yeah, it was not something any of us have gone through. And now having to do 3 defense teams in a row, it's just.
Yeah. What are you part of?
So I'm defense team. I was actually prosecutor for the last 10 years. I worked in this office doing cop cases for like 8 years, and then I was in Medina County for 2 years. And I just retired from there about a month ago. And so I represent. There's the really short guy on the right side, the big buff guy in the front, the older guy in the back. That's Alfred. That's what I represent.
Oh, right. Is he the one, ag assault?
No, front guy's ag assault. Alfred is the sergeant on scene.
Oh.
You didn't see him, so it's nothing for me to ask you about it. But yeah, it's tough with 3 teams because we always have to go in the same order. So we're the last team to go. So always like, what the hell are we gonna ask? Yeah, like, where do you work? Yeah. Well, yes, it makes it easy, but then at the same time, our client's looking like, hey, like, are you gonna like ask some stuff? It's not so much I can ask. But that's all right. Everyone's got a different style.
They said it's supposed to take, what, 3 or 4 weeks total, you think? Or?
Yeah, and part of that is the judge's schedule. So, because he's got a regular docket, and he's got all these other cases, right? So every day in the morning, he's going to do his docket for like an hour and a half, and then start with us. And then for the jury, he likes to take breaks, and they get lunch, and doesn't want to keep them late. So like, we really only work like probably 10:30 to noon, and then like 1:30 to 3, and then like 3:30 to 5. It's really not a full work day. And the way it's going today, it's going to take forever. Because no one agrees to anything. It's very contentious. It's not my style. But it's just kind of sometimes getting off the ground is a little
I
challenging.
think you figured it out, Judge.
All good?
I think I got it.
All right.
Showtime.
All righty.
Hey, it's good to meet you. Yeah.
Goes what?
I had to like unplug stuff again, so.
It's working.
It should be working, yeah.
Oh, good. There's IT. You want them to check it out?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whenever ready, run around the.
All right. Make sure everybody on the defense end? Yeah. Yeah.
Stick around for a bit, Judge.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that. You turn off the lights? You guys turn off the lights in here? That's all right. Some mood lighting.
Let me double check. Thank you. If I have one.
Yeah. But I do have wires. If she might.
Yeah, I think.
We might have one.
I think, but. Where's Trish?
Oh, she went to the other side. For
It's all right, I found it. She placed my box in timeout.
Am I talking too fast for you?
No, you're
'Cause-
fine.
okay.
No, you're fine.
I talk fast normally and even faster when I'm nervous. So.
No, you're good.
Are we ready to rock? You guys ready?
Ready? Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's go.
All rise for the jury. Do you see it?
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Where we last left off, State, we were at your direct.
Yes, Your Honor. State's gonna hold your state's exhibit number 5.
Why are you coming? Why are you coming? Kind of considered.
No, stand down, baby girl. It's not trying to fix the wiring.
Yeah.
It's whenever ready, run around the complex.
working diaries that were not collected. So what they were gonna do is they were gonna collect all the wirings, so they missed half to the rest.
So what did you do with the wires that you cut? Did you fix them?
I didn't take them. Those are wires, no, those are wires from the last time that I was
So you
investigating.
just cut these in half?
I just cut them up, but I'm gonna tell you something. I went into my apartment, and it's more quiet.
Oh, because you cut the wires?
Yeah, because I've been.
And so Captain Hudson, so that was the video that you recorded of the woman that you spoke to at that scene.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yeah.
And not long after this, San Antonio police arrived.
Correct.
And I believe you stated earlier, you told the officer about kind of what your interaction with the woman had been. Is that correct?
Yeah, not too many specifics, just, yeah. That she had cut the wires, admitted cutting the wires, and that she had some psych issues.
And you were present whenever whenever that officer spoke with her, is that correct?
Yeah, we were there, just a little bit, maybe a few feet away, in our own little group.
And was this woman, was she willing to speak with that officer?
She wasn't as open with him as she was with us.
But she was still communicating with
Yeah,
him,
she
is
was.
that correct?
Yeah, she had conversation with him. Yeah.
And were you involved in the conversation much?
No, not at all, that I can remember.
Now, at some point, did they walk away from you?
Yeah, I heard him ask her to follow him. I think back to his car, and then the second officer arrived, and they said that they got it, that we can leave, and they started to walk her back to the car, I believe, and then one of my guys said, "Oh, she took off," and so I turned around and looked, and I saw one or both cops chasing. She was already out of my view, around the corner of the building, or
Now, where did she run off to?
inside her apartment.
Now, did you ever go towards the entrance of her apartment?
Yeah, I went to check on the officers to make sure they were okay, that there wasn't a fight going on, and I got over there and I saw one of the officers knocking on the door, and the other one was further back, and they were trying to get her to open the door.
And how much longer did you stay at the scene?
That was it. We just checked on them, and they said they were good, and we left.
Now, again, you spoke with this woman for quite a bit of time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, have you ever had to deal with intoxicated individuals before?
Yes.
From drugs or alcohol?
Both, yes, sir.
Now, you had the time to make observations about this woman, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you see any indications that she was intoxicated due to alcohol?
No.
Did you smell alcohol on her breath?
No, sir.
Was she slurring her words?
No, sir.
What did you think was occurring at the scene?
Just from what she had told me, like I said, her history of drug use and the psychiatric issues, I contributed to both of those. One or the other or both, I wasn't sure. Like, I didn't have a baseline for her, right? I don't know her, so I don't know how she acts normally, so I didn't know if how she was acting was her normal, was her baseline, or not. It didn't seem to be a normal baseline to me. But
Now, during the time that you were at the scene, was anyone taken to the hospital?
no, sir.
Was anyone needing emergency aid?
No, sir.
Were you aware, were other people living in the home with this woman?
She had mentioned that she was taking care of an elderly man in a wheelchair.
Did you ever go check on her?
No, sir.
Was there any sort of threat that she mentioned towards him?
No, sir.
I'm gonna pass the witness.
Hi, Captain Hudson.
How's it going?
My name's Jason Goss. I represent all three of these officers, Clico Hood. I guess first of all, congratulations on your promotion.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I want to talk and just kind of get started on that night. So I want to talk about a fire alarm, like the fire alarm that you saw that night, right? The fire alarm you were dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me
what's the purpose of it?
The purpose of our response or the alarm?
purpose of the fire alarm?
Just to notify the residents of potential smoke or fire in the building.
Right. And so, an alarm like that, and you talked about residents. Could you kind of see how big this apartment complex area was?
I mean, I've dealt with that one building. I wasn't familiar with that complex, but the building maybe had, I don't want to lie, but maybe 8 to 12 units.
Okay.
It wasn't too big of a building.
So the building had 8 to 12 units, and did that fire alarm box did that work just for that building? With
Just
those
for that,
units?
yeah, just for that building.
Other buildings had other individual fire alarm boxes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 8 to 12 units. You have, and I guess you wouldn't know if all the units were filled or not.
Right.
But if they were filled with families and everything else, you're talking about dozens of people.
Correct.
Object to speculation.
Not speculation.
Overruled.
But if they were, you're talking about dozens of people, if they were.
Correct.
All right. Now, this fire alarm system, because one of the things the prosecution didn't really go into with you is like what cutting the wires does to it. So what wires were cut specifically, and what did that do to the system?
Well, I'm not a alarm tech, right?
Right.
It's the wires coming out of the wall, presumably through all the detectors or whatever kind of, or sprinkler, whatever is connected to that alarm, coming into the panel itself.
Object to this testimony is outside of his expertise. He said he didn't know the system.
Well, all I'm asking, he has to go and check the system. All I'm asking is his basic knowledge. I'm not asking anything more than that.
All right, you can rephrase.
Okay, so, I mean, because you were a lieutenant at the time, captain now, I mean, when something like that goes off, and that's happened before, right?
Right.
And when something like that goes off, you were one of the people at that time that would respond to it.
Right.
Right? And one of the things you would do is you check these boxes frequently.
Right.
How many boxes do you think you've checked in your career?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. And so I'm not asking necessarily if you're like an alarm tech that can tell me exactly, but just the basics that you would have for your job to understand like what is wrong, try to do a diagnostic, and try to evaluate what the problem is. You have that knowledge.
Yeah, rudimentary, right?
Rudimentary,
Right.
right. And really that comes from your experience. You've been looking at all these boxes, hundreds of boxes over your career.
Correct.
Okay. So that's really all I'm asking. You know that that box, and the purpose of that box, is to, as you said, sprinkler systems. That's what usually is connected to that box, right?
Could be, yeah.
And sprinkler system is a form of fire suppression. So if a fire starts and it's detected, the sprinkler system would try to suppress that fire.
Correct.
All right. And also you said it says like warning, like it serves as a warning to the residents of the apartment complex that there is a fire.
Yeah, potential.
A potential fire.
Correct.
And as a firefighter, I guess are you also a paramedic or EMT?
Paramedic, yeah.
Paramedic. And that's pretty common with, I guess, all firefighters?
Everybody's in the department is at least a EMT basic.
Okay,
And then
so, and an EMT, what does that stand for?
emergency medical technician.
And the difference is you would ride on an engine, and then maybe some who just specialized paramedics would maybe ride on an ambulance.
Right, it's rank specific for our department.
Okay.
Engineers are on the ambulance.
All right, so have you ridden on both?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, I guess what I want to get to is that so you know that this box is important as a warning sign and a potential fire suppression system for the people that live in that complex.
Correct.
And because if it wasn't important, it wouldn't be there.
Right.
Do you know, in your experience in going out there, these apartment complexes, do most of them have some kind of system like this?
Pretty much all of them, yeah.
Right. Because in this day and age, being able to have that technology, it would be incredibly foolish to put a bunch of people together and have them all living next to each other and not have a system such as this.
Correct.
All right. So when you went out, and I think what you said is that the woman that you encountered had cut the wires, or she told you she had cut the wires on the box.
Right.
And you said, they were asking about the fire alarm sound. So cutting the wires itself, does that cause the system to go off?
It can.
All right. And did it go off in this situation?
It did.
Okay. And the, you kind of said it was real loud, intermittent burst of noise, but like, is that something that everybody can hear?
Everybody in that building, yeah.
Would that have been going off in their apartments?
Yes.
Okay. So when that happened at 11:30 at night, on that night, everybody who lived in those apartments was hearing an alarm go off.
Should have been, yes.
Should have been, because you could hear it.
Yeah.
And the, were people coming outside in response to that alarm?
Yeah, when we got there, it was, I don't know if it was everybody, but a lot of people had evacuated into the front of the building and parking lot.
So they all had to evacuate at 11:30 at night?
Right.
Right. Presumably some were asleep at 11:30 at night and had to wake up and get their kids and their dogs and whatever else and go outside.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay. So the, and then you said you were able to, and I appreciate that you did this. Even though you were coming and assumed that it probably wasn't a fire, you still checked to make sure.
Right.
And one of the things you check is, because you have a fire alarm that goes off, or maybe a fire in one building, but as you know, depending on wind conditions and everything else, this is your expertise, but depending on wind conditions, everything else, a fire here can jump somewhere.
Right, correct.
In apartment buildings, that can happen. It frequently has happened.
Right.
So building to building to building to building, unless hopefully somebody like you and the people that do your job come and suppress that fire or stop it from spreading.
Right.
Okay. So you said you were able to silence the alarm, but couldn't reset the panel because of the wires.
Correct.
Okay, so how were you able to silence the alarm?
There's just a silence button on the panel that you can hit to, like, once you've made sure there isn't anything, you can silence it for the residents. They could start going back in.
Right.
And then we could work, we could talk to each other on the radios because we don't have that loud alarm going off while we try to diagnose the problem.
Yes, I mean, you would say that alarm was so loud that it would have, it kind of prevents you from being
Right.
able to talk without screaming.
Right.
Right. So you silenced it. So now you've hit the button to silence the alarm. Okay, it's not a fire. Everybody go inside. But you couldn't reset the panel. What does that mean?
When you hit the reset button, it's going to run a check through the whole system from beginning to end, right, and make sure everything's connected right. And no circuits are broken, whether it be a smoke detector, CO detector, water flow valve, or water flow alarm for sprinklers. That everything's working properly. Maybe it was just a malfunction real quick. Something could have happened that tripped it. So when you hit reset, it runs that check through the system, and then it'll reset if everything's fine.
Right. And so you said that was impossible in this case because the wires had been damaged or cut to the point where you could not check if everything was fine.
Right.
So for all you know, the suppression and the warning or alert system was not functioning.
I'm gonna object to outside of his knowledge. That's speculation.
That's not speculation. He couldn't do the reset, which he said that's how he knows that it's working properly.
All right, so only answer if you know.
Okay.
Continue.
Right. You wouldn't know, since you can't do the reset, since the wires have been cut, if all of those things are working properly.
Right, I guess.
I mean, because that's what the reset button is for.
Right.
And I guess is there on the panel, is there something that would tell you, thumbs up, everything's working well now?
On most panels, not all of them have a readout, but most of them do. It'll say system reset or system normal.
Okay. Did you remember if this one did or not?
I don't remember.
Did you check to see if the battery, is there also batteries that are in these types of panels?
There are. Yeah.
And what are those for?
Backups, I guess. If they lose power to the building, the panel will still have power, and
Right.
the system will still have power. But a lot of times they get new batteries get put in, and the alarm companies whoever changes them out just leaves them, and there'll be extra batteries.
Okay. So they'll put a new battery in and then they'll change them out and they'll leave, you say leave them, like the old battery?
Right.
Okay.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay. Now, I guess you never went into her apartment.
No.
Okay. so you never saw whether or not she had taken the batteries out of that?
No, sir.
The, if you're not able, if the reset wouldn't work, because it sounds like, by the way that you described the circuitry, is that everything is connected as a unit. And if there's a problem in the unit, the problem in the circuitry and the wires that connects to the suppression and the alarm, there's an issue going through and it's cut, then it can cut off the communication to the different units in this building.
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
Right.
Like say a pool station, somebody pulled a pool station, you know, the pool here for fire?
Right.
And it's activated, you can't reset it because it won't get past that, right?
Right.
You have to reset that and then it completes that's how I understand it.
Completes the circuit. And in this case, from what you know and what you understood, is that it was incapable of being reset because of the damage to the wires.
Correct.
And you know Melissa Perez damaged those wires.
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. And you, based on everything that you had there at the scene, you pretty certain that she was the person. That's why you recorded her.
Right.
And that's why you continue to try to get her. On video saying, you know, I'm the one that cut these wires because you thought it might be important for like a criminal mischief prosecution or to account for the damage.
Correct.
Now, do you know if these units are expensive or cheap?
No idea.
Okay. So the if that system is incapacitated, and then you say, well, we've silenced the alarm, so the alarm's not going off anymore, and you leave, and somebody starts a fire in one of those units, if that system is incapacitated, it would not be able to alert the residents or suppress the fire. You would agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Until somebody can come and fix it.
Correct.
And nobody was able to fix it right then.
No, the alarm company knew. I called them, so I couldn't get a hold of the maintenance. So I called the alarm company, and they said they would pass on the information to somebody. And then when we got ready to leave, the maintenance guy called me back, or I seen I had a missed call maybe and called him. Either way, I talked to him, and he said he'd be on the way to fix it.
Okay.
And then when I got back to the station, he had called again, or I think that's when I had the missed call. I called him back, and he said he couldn't get there till morning.
Right.
But
Okay, so now that we're here, if the maintenance guy can't get there till the next day, and a person has cut the fire alarm box and system, it cannot be reset. It cannot suppress and it cannot warn. Wouldn't you agree that that's a high risk for if there was an arson or somebody wanted to set a fire, that would be a high risk to everybody else in that apartment complex?
Yeah, I'm gonna object to speculation.
What?
overruled.
Wouldn't you agree that if all of those things have happened, the maintenance guy says, I can't get out there till tomorrow. We're talking about midnight.
Right.
So that's 8 hours that if a fire starts in one of those units, can spread to the other units without any warning to any of the residents in those units.
I guess, are you asking if it's high risk that arson will occur, or high risk that if it does occur, a lot of damage is going to happen?
That's
lives lost. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we know that because all of those fail safes that we have to say, look, even if a fire accidentally or intentionally is started, even if it's accidental or intentional, we have all these fail safes that say, warn everybody else who's in that area to get them to safety, right?
Right.
But if this is incapacitated and the maintenance guy can't fix it till the next day, those people can't be warned if there is a fire.
Right. Not by that system, correct?
Not by that system. They'd be warned by their smell, their sight,
Yeah.
their hearing, maybe. But as you also know, with fires that start during the day when everybody is awake, they're more able to have an early warning because they're conscious, right?
Correct.
Fires that start at 3 in the morning when everybody's asleep, you're less able to have those other warning signs that a human being would have for fire because they're unconscious, right?
Correct.
Right. And so, this person, did you see in her apartment that she had lit candles all over the place?
No, like I said, I didn't see her apartment.
Okay. You know that as a fire captain, and with your years of experience, you know that open flame and lit candles in an apartment is a risk for fire.
I mean, it can be, I guess, but it's a candle. You know.
It's just a candle.
Right.
But have you responded to fires? Have you had to put out, like, a house almost being burned down because somebody had a candle in the wrong place?
I can't say that I have or haven't. I usually don't find out the cause. That's arson's job.
That's right, because you're not an arson investigator.
Correct.
But I guess any open flame would be the would be the cause of a fire.
Correct.
And having several and multiple open flames, more than one open flame, whatever the risk is of an open flame causing the fire, that risk goes up. You would agree with that?
I'd agree. Yeah.
Yes, because if I have one candle, or if I have 5, or if I have 10, or if I have 20, right? It's just, there's more open flames, so more ability for one of those flames to start a fire.
Correct.
Okay, so if in the situation that I described, for you, would that be, can you see how those residents of that unit had more risk because of the actions of Melissa Perez, had more risk of being harmed than maybe some others whose fire suppression and fire warning systems were working properly?
I'd agree. More risk, yeah.
Right. And I think you would agree that anyone who didn't have a working fire suppression and fire alert system would be at more risk.
Yeah, I would.
Right. But in this particular case, they were all at more risk because Melissa Perez cut the wires to this box. Right?
Right.
Okay. So now, and I like what you did here. Like you heard that she had said that she owned the building, and so you kind of said, hey, you're the building owner, to talk to her. I'll just say I think I was smart. And so you go in and you talk to her. You said she was open about what she did, and she had what you thought were delusions.
Right.
About somebody spying on her through the system or something like that.
Correct.
Okay, so obviously you can't diagnose, mental health or anything else, but do you know generally that delusions are a symptom of schizophrenia, for instance?
They can be, yeah.
Yeah. So, as far as you and your role, police officers, when people see police officers, sometimes they're there to help, but sometimes they're also there to arrest or detain or question or search, and maybe people can get in trouble, right?
Right.
Okay, so firefighters, on the other hand, there's some people that have a dislike of firefighters, but you would agree that most people understand firefighters as basically helping them when they're in bad trouble. Either there's a fire, or there's an emergency medical issue, or there's something that they need serious help, and you and the people you work with would be the people that respond to that.
Correct.
So you don't have this aspect of your job that's arresting or detaining or questioning or getting them in trouble with the law.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess it didn't. Would you say that it does not surprise you? Because in your direct you said she wasn't as open with the police officer who arrived as she was with you.
Right. No, it doesn't surprise me. It happens all the time.
Right, because people talk to firefighters and they don't necessarily talk to police officers. Right.
Correct.
But that also tells you that she recognized the difference between the person you were at the scene and the person the police officer was.
I believe so.
Okay. So one of the things you said a few times, you said, she had psychiatric issues or under the influence or maybe both.
Right.
And because in your training experience, I'm just talking about as a firefighter, as San Antonio Fire, you know that intoxication can mimic signs of psychiatric illness.
Correct. Yeah.
And so somebody can be intoxicated and look like they're crazy, for the general term, but look like they have some sort of psychiatric illness, right?
Yeah, it's fair.
Right, and so, and if you don't know the person, I think you said you didn't have a baseline,
Correct.
which if you don't know the person, you can't tell, like, is this psychiatric issue, or are you intoxicated, or are you high on drugs or alcohol?
Correct.
Right, so, and that was the situation for you at the scene.
Yeah.
Because people can talk and say weird stuff like, I was pregnant, I might not have been, I was with Elvis, I own the building, all of those things. I cut the wires because someone was spying on me through them. People could say weird things like that based on them being intoxicated.
Sure.
And,
yeah.
Sure. I mean, but also they can be delusional, they can have schizophrenia, they can have some other major psychiatric disorder. You agree with that?
Right, yeah.
And, or they could have the major psychiatric disorder and be intoxicated.
Correct.
Right, and so, with that, somebody in your position, you're used to responding to scenes and talking to people and getting those impressions from people when you go out, or back when you did that, when you were out in the field doing that, right?
Right.
Okay, so you know, because you would agree that you guys work very closely with police officers.
We do, yeah.
Because a lot of times you have different roles, but y'all are going to the same scenes.
Correct.
So you know that for police officers, they also interact with the public and respond to scenes and talk to people and those kind of things.
Correct.
And for police officers, they're in the same position of, it could be psychiatric, it could be intoxication, or it could be both.
Right.
And police officers, the idea with that is that an intoxicated person, because even though firefighters are normally seen as helpers, firefighters are targeted, and first responders are targeted.
Right.
And you have been trained that you have to be careful too.
Correct.
Sometimes people have set fires so that firefighters will go to the scene and they can kill it.
Yeah.
And that's a job hazard that you and the people that work with you, that's a job hazard that you have to deal with.
Right.
And so, even in your situation, not acting as a police officer, you have to gauge danger and risk with the people that you're talking to.
Correct.
And in this situation, you said if she escalated, it seemed like she would come back down and you distract her by talking about her dog or whatever.
Right.
And is that part of your training and your experience that when you're dealing with somebody who's escalating, you try to de-escalate?
Yeah, I just try to distract them from whatever's getting them worked up. Right.
And bring them back down to something else.
Right.
And I think you did a good job with that. So after you recorded this video up there, after you recorded this video, I think you said cut off. It kind of cut off where it cut off because you thought that she might notice that you were recording her.
I saw her look down at the camera.
And why did you not want her to see that?
It wasn't so much that, I had her already admitting, what I wanted her to admit on the camera. And then when she looked down, I didn't want her to get upset about it, so I just kind of stopped it and put it in my pocket probably.
So it was kind of a natural end because you got what you wanted with your report.
Right.
Now, when the officers arrived, I don't know, I guess you might know or not, but it wasn't any of these three officers that arrived and spoke to you that are on trial jury.
I can remember.
You couldn't even remember. And we'll see their body cams and we'll see who talked to you. But I think that when you talk to the prosecutor in a pretrial, you mentioned that there were things that you thought she might need to be ED'd or like emergency detention. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Do you remember talking to the officer and saying like, there might be a problem or she might need something else ever?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. But you know what emergency detention is?
I've heard of it, yeah. I mean, I know that's the police's job. We don't really have any say in it.
Oh, of course. Now, and I'm not saying you were making a decision.
No,
about
I
that.
know.
I think you were talking to him about maybe there's something that needs to go on, but you don't remember.
I could have. Okay. I'm not denying if it's on the body cam. I just don't remember.
Sure, and I think it was. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because one of the things you knew is that, that you did need to inform the officers that, hey, she's the one that cut the wires.
Right.
And and she told me that she did. And I think what happened was is the officers were questioning her and she didn't want to tell them the truth, and you had to tell her, like, hey, tell them what you told me.
Okay.
Do you remember doing that? Okay.
No.
That's fine. But it was like it took you kind of bringing that out in order to have her tell the officers that she had done that. Now, you agree that criminal mischief is a criminal offense?
Right. Yeah.
And, I mean, intentionally destroying wires, that's...
Right.
That's,
I don't know criminal mischief. I just called it vandalism, but
sure.
I don't know the difference.
Let's take vandalism. You agree vandalism is
Right.
a crime?
Correct.
Are you aware now that since this, that it is actually a third-degree felony to cut the wires at all on an emergency box like that, a firebox?
I wasn't aware.
You know. So you said that she, like you heard the officer say, hey, come back here with me, or walk with me, or come or whatever, with
Yes.
to Ms. Perez. And then he was walking, she was walking, the next thing you know, one of your guys says, hey, she's running, or she took off.
Correct.
And you looked up and, you see officers chasing her, but then she's out and around the corner.
Right.
When she gets into her apartment, one of the things you said, or you said she got there, one of the things you said you wanted to do is you kind of ran around too, because you wanted to make sure the officers were okay.
Correct.
Why?
Because I didn't know I didn't know if they caught her, if she was fighting.
But let me ask you this. It looks like, maybe you can remember, but this is a woman who's 5'1", 150 pounds.
Right.
You ran around because you believe that a woman that's that size could potentially hurt or damage an officer?
She can. I mean, I just, we're there. We just want to help each other out. You know what I mean?
I mean, could a woman 5'1" like that, could she damage you if you came out?
If she had a weapon, I mean, or if I had a gun, if she got a hold of it, I guess. I mean, I don't.
Sure. And the thing I want to point out is that any for people in your profession, for people in police officers' profession, for first responders, you guys are trained that anybody can be dangerous to you.
Right.
And it does not matter the size of the person, right?
Right.
Because if you ignored potential danger because of the size of a person, that's a good way to get dead.
Correct.
Right. Because in the suggestion that the size of the person means, oh, it doesn't matter at all, or the gender of the person. Like, you would be just as wary of females as you would of males.
Correct.
Because if they have a weapon that you haven't seen yet, and it gets produced, you're going to have to protect yourself.
Right.
And it could cause you not to go home that day.
Correct.
And one of the things for firefighters as well is you want to get home at the end of the day.
Obviously, yes.
Because it's a dangerous job. Because as far as I'm concerned, I do this. I have papers, I'm in court, I do trials, right? And me going home at the end of the day is, unless something happens, is a foregone conclusion.
I'm not object to testifying. Where's the question?
I can ask the question now.
Okay, you can rephrase.
But for somebody where you are, who has to run into danger when everybody else runs away, it is that much more important to do the things you need to do to keep you safe to go home to your family. You would agree with that?
I would agree, yes.
I'll pass it.
Can we
assistance to see if we can restore things.
Yes.
Have the sources been switched? Or do we need a smart extender?
Yeah, you okay if he goes under the table? So we're gonna break? I'm about to give you a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Give us just a few minutes.
All right for the jury?
Is there enough time to easy this? Yeah, you're welcome to use that.
Judge, are you keeping a list, do you keep your own list of exhibit?
I do.
Okay, I had, you started a new file, so we have defendant one, we have three. Was that admitted?
Defendants 1, 2A, and 2B were 2A and 2B were not admitted. One was. That's all I got for defendants.
Okay, well, that's all I had too, that's all I'm making sure.
Yeah.
And then for state, all we had was five.
Yes, correct.
All right, making
One.
sure.
Say we have 1, 2, 3, and 5.
We have 1 through 5?
1, 2, 3, and 5.
Oh, okay.
Those were admitted.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Change it back to plain?
It's all plaintiff right now.
Okay. That's yours.
Oh, I saw it flicker.
Yeah. Judge, we can send any other witnesses we have home, right?
Yes.
So what time did you get here, Judge?
Huh?
What time did you get here? You had a don't qualify witness, jurors, right?
What time did I get here? Into the courtroom?
Courthouse.
I got to the courthouse at 8. Oh, yeah.
You had to qualify witness.
Yeah, I was
jurors,
supposed to. I didn't end up doing it. We didn't need it.
Oh, okay.
But I got here at 8, so.
Oh, okay. Oh my
That
God.
worked out. Worked out anyway.
Something, and I couldn't get it to play. They're trying to get the computer to come to the big screen. No dialogue.
Thank you. Great shots.
Switch out cameras while I'm there.